and listen, but we were also encouraging each other to try out what we are learning from these experiences. So with that, I think I can stop it there, and I will take this opportunity to welcome the President ICOM. Actually, we have the Vice President ICOM Uganda to give us some welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mugume Amon. In our usual jokes, we usually say, when I grow up, I would like to be like you. And I have tried to being like you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today, those online. I'm here to represent ICOM President, ICOM Uganda President. I'm the Vice President. And I've written something down, and I would like to read it. Distinguished guests, all participants in your capacities, you are warmly welcome to this workshop. It gives me pleasure to speak to you this morning and to welcome you to a 2 days workshop, heritage workshop on effective digital media and engagement. This is a workshop designed to bring together heritage professionals to discuss and develop strategies of effective social media management, as has been communicated by Mugume Amon before. Thanks to ICOM Uganda, thanks to BRIMS, thanks to UCOMA, thanks to Wikimedia, thanks to UNSCC for organizing such a wonderful workshop. Museums are increasingly using social media to include newer active experiences and entertainment. Not only does this digital shift provide a cost-effective, targeted and direct communication with the audiences, but also expands museum experience beyond the borders of time and place. Visitors nowadays seek information anytime, anywhere. Today is an opportunity for us as heritage professionals to learn and acquire skills of effective social media management in our professions and in our workplaces. It is also a goal for ICOM Uganda, which we will strive to achieve. Members, if you allow me to share a brief about ICOM Uganda. ICOM Uganda is a national committee of which some of you are members. It is representing International Council of Museums, that is at the international level. It is an independent museum membership association established with a mission to connect and represent museum professionals across the country and also provide a network for sharing knowledge and practices. Currently, the ICOM, the international one, has about 45,000 individual members in 138 countries. ICOM Uganda, as a national committee, was approved at their session, 153rd session, on the 22nd February 2021 by ICOM Executive Board. And we are committed to supporting our members in the stewardship of museums, in the custodianship of collections, in the service of heritage and the public. We want to communicate the role of museums in the public and to promote a deeper understanding of their contribution to the societies. A number of museum professionals in Uganda have already joined this association, and I call upon other people who are interested to join this association. There are a number of benefits that come along when you join this association, such as professional trainings like this one. Access to museums all around the world at a discounted rates, access to conferences, and also sharing knowledge with other heritage professionals around the world. There are a number of benefits. I can mention a few. As ICOM Uganda, we are looking at a forward-thinking heritage sector that can use digital media to connect in new ways with their communities, better manage their collections, and provide unprecedented access to publics we serve. Ladies and gentlemen, in this brief note. Let me emphasize that this workshop is a great opportunity to learn from the experiences of those who have mastered the art of using digital media. I encourage you to draw parallels with challenges your heritage faces, all is faced, and ask as many questions as needed. Once again, I welcome you to this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ICOM Uganda Vice President, Mr. Raymond Asimwe, and thank you for your good remarks. And I believe from what you've heard and what you learn more about ICOM Uganda, by the time we finish this workshop, those who are not members, you should be willing to be. Thank you so much. So I will also take this opportunity to invite the ICOM UCOMA Chairman President. He says they are interchanging those titles. UCOMA President or Chairman to come and give us some remarks.
Thank you, Amon. ICOM Vice President.
And we continue to work with all the community and heritage practitioner and cultural resource person. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank those who made this possible. The ICOM Uganda, we thank you very much for bringing out this very first time workshop, which is truly workshop. Most of the talk shops are called workshops. I'm pleased also to the Uganda National Cultural Center, who hosted us here today, the Wikimedia, and the BRIMS as well, and all those who made this event a reality. I will not say much for this person of the being, and this is my remark to you, engaging into this kind of digital being. I feel that I look at you as my friends already, because after here, we are going to engage digitally, and I would like to appreciate each and everyone's presence online, because maybe we are going to meet more online, and I will know exactly how we link up within the context of our cultural heritage preservation. I think with these few remarks, I will welcome you once again and thank even the Cross Cultural Foundation for always molding us to where we are today. And of course, not forgetting Ugandan Museum. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not the one representing, but I think I will represent, okay. I'll represent my ED. My name, once again, is Collins Mwesigwa. I head the IT department here at the Uganda National Culture Center. And I would want to take this opportunity to welcome each and everyone who has come for this workshop at the Uganda National Culture Center, the National Theatre. You're most welcome. When we received this information to host this workshop, we were very excited, and we were glad to host it, glad to accept to host it and be a part of it. We have a heritage officer just behind there. Maybe she can stand up and, or she can come here and she can come here and introduce herself and also tell us about heritage, how we're connected to the heritage aspect and art and culture, how we are coordinating.
Thank you very much, my colleague Collins. My name is Maureen Mutonyi. I work as Heritage Officer at UNCC. I'm glad to be a part of this workshop. This is like home, this is like family. This team that has organized this workshop is like my office has actually organized this workshop. We were glad to receive the booking. We were glad to take charge of the preparations. And of course, we are glad to look at heritage and relate it to digital media. most people think heritage is associated with old things, traditional things. I have a space here that has heritage artifacts, and when people walk in there, they joke about it and they say, Lino Sabo. So people tend to associate heritage with the old things. Even in my institution here, the old technical equipment is sent to my space. But yet we are saying this can grow in the digital media. We need to uplift heritage digitally. How can we appreciate heritage and look at it as a modernity, yet preserving that inner tradition that we are proud of? So without saying much, we are glad to be here. We are glad to go through this digital training, and we hope that it will be a great change to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Now that she has, yeah, you can name me. Now that she has said everything, that's why I invited her to say everything that was meant to say. As an IT manager, we are also embracing digital transformation. And currently we developed a digital platform where we want to showcase the works, the art, culture, and heritage works on that platform. We want to showcase, we want to create a marketplace so that people, everyone can access these works. You don't have to come here physically, you can go online and access, buy, appreciate, and share with your friends. So we are in sync with the digital transformation, and also here when we talk about the digital media. So we are interested, and we are also moving in the right direction. So we're excited to have this workshop here, and we are looking forward to learn a lot, even as the Uganda National Cultural Center. We believe you're going to learn a lot with the members that have joined us also. And we're excited to have this workshop. Thank you. Thank you for our partners that brought this to us, and you accepted to partner with us. And we're very excited. Let's have a wonderful workshop.
Thank you, Mr. Sima Collins. I think according to our program, you can see we still have many more going, and our time is being eaten up. So possibly the incoming representatives will use like maximum 2-3 minutes, so that we can run to the keynote speaker who is also engaged in another meeting, who is going to go for another meeting, which is current, it's almost starting. So Wikimedia Uganda, a representative from Wikimedia Uganda to say something to, for you, you have even a whole day tomorrow, so please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Kaluba, and I'm professionally an agro-processing engineer, but I work with OpenStreetMap Uganda, the Wikimedia Communities Group Uganda. In this, we are going to have a lot of talks with the outcomes of the projects that we did. But basically, I'm here to talk about, I'm stepping in for my boss, who is Kivombo Alice, the project lead for GLAM. And I'm going to talk about what we are and what we do. So Wikimedia Communities Group Uganda is part of the International Wikimedia Foundation, and Wikimedia Communities Group Uganda is the local part of that international community. And we do a lot of things. We are the people who edit Wikipedia. I believe if you've used Google before, then you have stumbled in one of the things we write. So we run a lot of projects, like Wikipedia, as I mentioned. We document. For this project, we are documenting about the heritage and the different components that are within the fraternity. Also, we have projects like the UCOMA, which hosts the media files, talk about images, talk about videos and audios. That's a separate project. We also have another separate project for those of you who are lecturers. We have a project called Wikiversity, which brings publications in line with, in line with university content. There are about 14 projects, and because of time, I won't really talk about all of them, but since we shall have time to acquaint ourselves with the details, we shall talk about that. So basically, we are a community of self-motivated individuals who improve articles on Wikimedia Foundation projects. Yeah, we promote free and open access to knowledge, locally and internationally. So we invest in projects like the partnership we had with BRIMS, where we had to go and document and take photos of the collection that is at BRIMS. We have projects and campaigns, and you are all invited. We are an open community. We don't charge. We don't ask for a fee. So you just join in our meetings, and we train you on what to do, and then you can start doing. So we have so many. Those of you that are interested in photos, we have photographic campaigns. Wiki Loves Monuments, Wiki Loves Africa, Wiki Loves Earth. Those are photographic competitions. And then we have Wiki for Human Rights, Wiki for Refugees, Wiki for Education, content creation campaigns. And then we have GLAM. And then we also have the Uganda Wikipedia, the only Wikipedia we have in Uganda. So if you are a Langi and you know how to write, please. We also have Wiki Soccer, Wiki Gap, and Wiki for Boxing. So many campaigns, and I believe all of us can follow in any of those. Thank you, everyone. We shall have more in our presentations. Thank you, Aman.
So thank you so much, Mike. BRIMS Collectibles, a representative of BRIMS Collectible Resource Center. Please, because of time.
Thank you very much. I will stand on the protocol that has been observed already. Emmanuel Semwanga is my name, and I'm representing BRIMS Heritage Resource Center. Well, as you well all know, that BRIMS is a private museum that is located in Namugongo, very analog, very 100% analog. But the idea that started early this year has helped us to try and digitize ourselves. As we speak now, we have a Twitter account. We have a website, which Uncle Job talked about. So we are heading there. But what started as a joke is actually coming to reality, because the collection that we collect, preserve, is going to not only be found in Namugongo, but it's going to be put everywhere, because we'll be able to see it using the digital systems. We are glad to be part of this, and we believe that the outcome of this idea is going to move very many of us ahead. The kind of collection we do, we brought a few of them. I think you've seen some at the high table and the other at the back. We have a collection of over 10,000 items, but you could only find them at our place or using our museum on vintage wheels. But today, going through the digital systems, wherever you are, even those ones in South Africa and in Kenya and wherever, we'll be able to see what we have in our collection once we started the digitization process. I want to thank you and wish you a very good stay, 2-day stay here. And I believe that we are not going to walk out the same. Thank you very much. I forgot to tell you something. Because we are digital, we have a hashtag for today. Please hashtag UG Digital Heritage 24 on whatever you're doing, so that people know out there that we are existing. UG Digital Heritage 24 is the hashtag for our workshop. Thank you very much, and ask your friends to follow. MC, should I go ahead? You are a museum. May I have the pleasure to invite you?
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. My name is Olombo Boni. I'm standing here on behalf of my manager, Teddy. who is so passionate about heritage conservation, preservation, and communication. She's the manager in charge of records and registries, where our museum falls. A URA museum is a unique museum in Uganda, and I think it's the only tax museum in the whole of Africa. Basing on the different feedback we have got, because we normally receive a number of delegates coming in to URA from the different revenue authorities across Africa and beyond, to cross-check on and see the new things that we are doing. We realize we are well positioned to champion the museum, the heritage administration within the tax arena in a way that can shape the whole of Africa. So as URA Museum, we exist and envision ourselves as a premier museum of tax administration within Uganda, but also across Africa. We are passionate about this training for today, considering that a few years ago, I think 2 years ago, the country launched the National Digital Strategy. Following that, URA also last year launched our digital strategy. So in that line, as a museum, we don't want to be left behind. Just as one of the previous speakers talked of museums fraternity per se would normally be reserved back, considering that we consider what we have, the collection, as the olden, the heritage, and so we keep it more in the analog form. But then we have realized a number of things do happen in the digital space. Many things have changed. We realize whether it's a social, political, things has changed because of the digital space. And therefore, we cannot watch from afar, but be part and a key player in this digital space. So in line with our digital strategy, as URA, the museum would also want to come in to embrace the space. We see the skill sets that we'd want, where this training would help us to see where we can embrace the space, bring in the element of the virtual reality in there, the virtual tour, but also bring and embrace other elements of the digital space, whether it's a social media, whether it's the mainstream website, and every other platform that is possible, so that we are online and we can't only be seen within our locality where we are. For example, as URA per se, people have a number of perceptions about us. So people would rarely want to come to our spaces, and yet we are a group of people from among you, and we serve, as we serve this country in this area of the heritage, we want to bridge that gap where you are no longer fearing us, that we are coming to knock at you only for taxation, but also a space available where you can come and do your research, come and bring your family, and maybe if you have a school per se, we normally receive them, where you come and have a tour, an arena where you just interact with us, learn from us, because so far we have received a number of students from the universities, from kindergartens, from primary and secondary schools. We normally receive them. And so being part as a partner in this training would enhance the capacity of our staff to deliver the service to you as you come, but also conquer the digital space as much as possible. I appreciate you so much, and I wish you the very best of your experience in these 2 days engagement, that you will not remain the same, but to get that digital skills that would improve your museums, your resource center to a level that is online and accessible from everywhere. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Olobo and URA Museum. I take this opportunity to invite the CCFU ED to give us remarks. Executive Director.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should start with a disclaimer. I'm not the Executive Director of CCFU. I'm the Deputy Executive Director. Once again, my name is Frederick Nsibambi, and I'm happy to be here with all of you. And in the interest of time, allow me to stand on the protocol that has variously been observed. So I want to take like 2 minutes to share what I prepared, because I know after the tea break, I'll come back again to say something about heritage safeguarding and the use of digital media. So quickly about CCFU, for the first timers, CCFU is a local NGO which has been around for the last 18 years, and our main business is culture. We promote culture, and we position it in whatever development intervention you can think about, be it education, be it gender, be it conservation. And museums form a very important component of our work as an organization, and probably that's why the organizers of this workshop felt it would be useful for us to be part of this engagement. 2 things I wanted to highlight quickly, because they may not fit into my presentation, which is coming after the tea break. One, as museums, we need to appreciate the fact that we are operating in an environment that is changing every after minute. The environment we are working in changes. At 8 a.m. this morning, probably it was not raining. At 11 o'clock, it is raining. So as museums, as museum operators, what does that mean for us? 2 years ago, we didn't have Ukraine war. We didn't have Israel fighting with Hamas. Now they are fighting. And so as museums, as museum operators, we need to have our feelers, we need to have our ears on the ground all the time, so that we read what is happening in our environment and we also change accordingly. Otherwise, we can't afford to run museums as if, the way they were run 50 years ago, 100 years ago. The world has changed, and that's why we are talking about digital media, because technology is here, and we are not going to take it back. And many times what we do is to blame modern technology. Modern technology is doing A, B, C, D. It is here to stay, so the area we embrace it and we use it for our museums, the better. Otherwise, we are going to be left behind, and the young generation will completely abandon us. And yet, they are our main target. The world over, young people form the biggest percentage of the customers for the museums. So we need to do things that are appealing to young people. Yes, I think the second item I wanted to mention is more or less in there. So with that, I want to bring you warm greetings from the Executive Director of CCFU, Madame Barbara Babwetera. She's not here with us physically, but at least she wishes us well, and she's aware of what is happening. And I want to encourage all of us to be attentive, to listen, and be open to and learn and relearn. Otherwise, we can't afford to do business, okay? It's no longer business as usual. We need to be dynamic, we need to be quick to learn, we need to be flexible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy ED CCFU. And I thank you for also accepting our invite today and for coming, for taking that time to be here. Now, there is a small change in our program that I wanted to bring close to you. Our time is already long spent. We are going to have a keynote speaker give us a keynote, and then we'll break for 15 minutes break. Then the other speaker will come in late after break. We'll find a way to fix those 3 presentations after break. So I'll take this opportunity to invite Mr. Abiti Nelson. Abiti Nelson is the Principal Museum Services in charge of museums at the Uganda National Museum, Ministry of Tourism, and is an established cultural heritage practitioner, an expert, and doing a lot of things in the museum industry and the heritage sector. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for introducing me properly. The first one was, yeah. As colleagues, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I know you need to sign in face. Most times when we talk about museums, sometimes the things overweigh our face, and yeah, and then we are not happy. I sent a link, so that's where the technology now operates. Yeah, I'm going to spend a few minutes heritage digital engagements. And so I looked at 2, you can go to the next slide. Before I explain some of those issues, one of the things which we need to know in the industry, we need to understand these 2 concepts, 2 or 3. What is a museum? What is a museography? What is museological heritage? Those are some terms. When you pick it, and then you get learning something, sometimes we end up remaining in one angle and concentrate in one of it, which many of us know is about a museum, and that is an institution. You understand? So you have left the other parts, which is museography, these technicalities, IT, touching, doing exhibitions, constructing. So that's museography. You become more of a technician. And then there's museological heritage, dealing with the questions, dealing with the politics, dealing with the public. So when you are now doing heritage and the media engagement, now you are going to museological heritage. That means you are now dealing with the politics of museum work, how you can engage with the public, how you can talk when you are silent in your room and you are busy engaging. So you need to come up with that one very strong. Don't focus only on the museum, because when you focus on the museum, you are only dealing with the institution where you are located. At the end of it, you don't operate in the other area. And then the other part, which I want us to talk and in which you need to Google and think around, is about heritage. There's also about heritageization. There's issue of heritage management and the heritage promotion, heritage conservation. And I want us to move away with governmentality, where you want to govern the heritage to protect that. Let things be like this. Let's make things move like that. That's management. But you need to enter into heritageization, where you go out. This is where you keep changing. You keep looking at young people. What are these young people looking at? Even if I have an old chair, how do I make these young people to engage with that old chair? If we have a site, how do we make these young people to engage with that site? So it's about heritage. These concepts are very important, especially for us in Uganda. We're still lagging behind in that area. So I'm not good in the media. That is honestly, I used to be active, but something withdrew me. I'm still recovering. Time will come. Yeah, I got into a problem, but I'll come back. I'll come back. I'll be active in a certain moment once I complete that area. So I just picked these two slides on the digitizing museum, because most of you are in the museum, that what you are doing is very good. You have spent a lot of energy and collecting something. It excited you, which used to be, we call it treasure hunters. You might be a treasure hunter. You went and collected and you decided to keep it in the house, or you are now trying to show it to the people. So the UNESCO says it's good, but you need to move to digital aspect. So most of us, by the way, the best way now is using the phones. And once you have the phone, you capture it, you transform it, and you provide a value for the future generations. But the question has been, how do we know that the enduring value can withstand the value which you have now? Can withstand the values which the future generations want? That's the question which I pose. UNESCO says what we are doing is good. Photograph it, share it with the people. Then I was with the colleagues. I asked, honestly, tell me, how sure are people enjoying your collections online? They say, well, yeah, we get, but it's not up to date. We are just doing it for the sake, we want what? To engage with the media. So there's a question that the value we explain ourselves, you understand? The value which I interpret, I say, this typewriter was done by secretary so and so, was good. And that's the value you interpret. That value you interpret, these future generations are not getting what you are saying. You are getting me? You are interpreting it for yourself. What we are missing is re-engaging questions. We are not having that questions that will connect with our generations. Unless we reach to that level. So I asked this question myself, but how do we know that enduring value can withstand the future generations' needs? That's something. As we work, as we do our things in the museum work, this is a challenging question that the future generation needs are changing. I've brought my children to the museum, even me who works in the museum. None of them has even, when we reach at home, none of them even talk about anything that they saw in the museum. It's not interesting them. So they only come, and they will tell me a story when they have come with their teachers. Then they will go back, Daddy, we were there, we saw this in the museum. So it means me who is working in the museum, I'm missing something. You are getting me? You are getting that connection. So if you have something, you enter in the museum and you're in a museum institution, it seems we are closed. So, but when the teacher comes with the child, and the child is able to come and tell the same story at the place where I'm working, what does it mean? You are getting that? So that is a thinking that which we need to work around in our area. It's something that if we can do it, I think there's a big business there, but we have not tapped it. You will get away. And so, and I say digitalization opens doors for expanding shared knowledge by allowing curators or managers to create enhanced procedures. Those are complex things which I don't want to share. But one thing which I want to share with you people is one time an art piece broke, 2019, at the Uganda Museum. And yeah, I think he might have been part of the debate. So, when it's at the museum, many guides, even the curators, the educators, don't know about that piece, the Walumbe. And the moment it got into social media, people brought a lot of data. It was geo-diplomatic debate between Italian embassy and the American embassy. And the artists entered, attacking. So we said, as a museum, let's watch the space. Me, I was at the background, retrieving. I was on Twitter, Facebook. I was retrieving every information that was debating there. And then for me, I didn't want to be in the limelight. I will say, can you ask that question? I will engage some people. So as they ask that question, it will lead to provoking what? More questions and debate. So what came out was, who was the artist? Why did the artist make that? What is the value of that art? Which many of us did not know. What the guides were saying, Walumbe means deaf. And that's what they were telling to the what? To the children. But what came out was, who this artist? Was he a Ugandan or Tanzanian? He was a Tanzanian who migrated because the concepts of deaf he heard about in Tanzania when they teach about these kingdoms of Buganda. So when he came and joined Makerere University, they asked them to do artworks about their traditions. And this tradition was the thought about the mystical thoughts about death that they learned when he was where? In Tanzania, before he came to Uganda. And here, we froze that knowledge of this artist in that museum. Up to now, if you go, I have my colleagues who are here, curators. Though I am silent about it, but I know what the debate was. So you understand what is happening. So through the digital media, because when that thing broke and it was posted at Engaged, you went back, so the art piece became museological debate, how the public engage with museum objects. That is the work that will make your work interesting. But if you just say, I have this collection, they are interesting, I have 100,000 or 1 million, like what we normally say at the museum, it ends there. So what? That's the question. So what? If me, where my children who eat from the salary, which I got from the museum, they are not appreciating those things. How about you? You understand what I'm saying? So it's a big work. I got the idea. I'm happy. The URA tax, when they went to Soroti and the vice president engaged them, and they were explaining their things, she stood there, took a lot of time, and as even the UBC, those guys, they moved from all the concepts of explaining the object, but engaging issues that are within the public. So what I'm saying is, we need to move from museum as an institution to museological heritage. Engage with issues with the public. And the best way for you to do that is a platform through what? Media engagement. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so what we try to say is, as you do these things, one of the best things is to create virtual environment, and we have been trying it because our ICT infrastructure is not correct, but I upload most of you please do virtual environment. Create a virtual exhibition. Don't mind, just create a virtual exhibition. Post it in your all platforms. Keep talking, keep engaging. If you can do every week, you even repeat that same exhibition, but you bring what? Different stories every week. At the end of it, you will have a lot of followers. I engage with other museums who do that. Our ICT infrastructure, we don't have IC staff. Our internet sometimes goes off. We have a lot of virtual things which we have done. They can't be loaded. Sometimes we face challenges. But hopefully in 1 or 2 months, we will go virtual because we want to close the museum. And that virtual we'll do always. And you can join us. Even you attach your museum collections, things there. We create a Ugandan virtual environment of museum work. Next slide. So one of the things that we do as you do media engagement is provenance research. All museums throughout the world where Ugandan collections are have online platform. Just type any museum in Europe which you are interested. Some people asked us how we started getting interested in returning artifacts. It was when I was still a student in 2014, 2015. I just was doing an essay, and the essay asked us to pick an object in any of the museums. So I picked an object in one of these museums. I will Google Pitt Rivers Museum, I will Google British Museum, I will Google Cambridge Museum. Though I didn't pick Cambridge, I picked one in what? In British Museum. As I was reading through the ones of Cambridge, and then time came, as we toured, I got interested because now I would ask questions with the guides who are there because they have already read through. So as you read through online, and then you reflect back on your own heritage, and then you engage. That inspires us, those people, that what they have represented is not right, and some of the objects are not supposed to be put on display. Some objects are sacred. So it led us to start engaging in negotiation. But of course, they'll tell us, these things, you can only access them to the public through online, they cannot return. But I say, no, our people do not have all access to what? Online. So I was looking for mediators. They don't trust us. So when we get, and some opportunity came, we got a mediator, a broker. So that broker, they trust a fellow Muzungu who can do what? Who can do the one, and they accept his word. So we negotiate. And through him, we are managed to return 39 artifacts at the Uganda Museum. And it is the only highest number of artifacts in Africa that have been returned. Nigeria has, in one museum, Nigeria has 35, and out of those 35, others are sacred, which will go back because museum conditions don't allow human remains to be, we will return them back to the community, and that is what we call restitution. So through your work, whatever you do, Google. I was just reading this morning, National Museums of Scotland, those who are dealing with money. National Museum of Scotland have all the currencies that were collected from Uganda. As your museum, can you start to engage certain institutions that we don't have these currencies and we'll want these ones to be here because it was labeled Uganda. So these are issues. Don't just sit and say, it is the duty of Uganda Museum. I want you to work as a museological heritage. And if they require our support of later, that one we can do. Initiate the work. You understand? So this work of digital heritage and media engagement is not about just having a museum. It's about building on your museum work and engaging with millions of the public. I want to open a certain work. You close that one. There's another one. This figure you people, some of you know. Does someone know about that one? Yeah, Luzira Head, because for him he was in London. Yes, yeah. Who else? And those are experts who have read much about that one. So this figure is one of the ceramic, these are clay-made artist figure in earlier times when they constructed the Luzira prison. Before they constructed, as they were excavating, they found a lot of pillage of archaeological findings, and of which this item was got. So there was a surveyor who was called J. Wayland, and there was a British colonial surveyor. So what he did, he just said, these are good things, and for them, they knew about the museum. They said they are going to take it for laboratory what? Laboratory tests to determine the age, to determine the material, and he took it for good. So after the laboratory, it became a property of the what? British Museum. Then some Ugandans were a little bit alert. By 1950s, they started asking for it, but they said now Uganda is interested in this heritage of theirs. What they did, they made a copy. So when they made a copy, the copy is not as good as this one, as the original. Then some letters were written that they should put it at the British Museum because it was not put on exhibition, so they put it on exhibition. And then later on, Ugandans started demanding for it. It is now removed from exhibition. So what they did, there's a link there. Yes. So what they did a digital 3D scan. And when you click, you rotate it. First click on it. Just click. You turn it. Just click. You see, it gets the inside part of what that object is. Details of that object. Turn the back of it. You can just rotate. You see how the beauty of that object can be viewed in their virtual space. And so what this aspect means, now, they started labeling. You click on number 1. You see they typed an information. Now this information brought a debate between me and the British scholars. They wrote in one of, you click on the neck, number this one. So, said the Luzira head is hollow and it was made of pot, what, the face here applied to this. There was a statement that hurt me, that it is like the neck of the hema and it looks a snake. I boldly, on the media engagement, I told them, remove that statement. There's no way you can compare a human being with a snake, a neck of somebody. That is what we call in apartheid, what was it? Yeah, racism, which was still by holding an object describing us as human beings, Ugandans. They removed the statement. We had to edit that thing. We had to edit. So sometimes I implore you, you can help some of those racism terms. You can engage these people. If you want to show your work of museum, don't just hold on to your collections. You already know your heritage. Engage those guys. They will start calling you. Some of us, what we did was to provoke that what statements you are putting to the public is not right about our people. Change that. So me, what I would implore you, as this is a very good media engagement, you can also adopt the skill, but it is a little bit expensive. But new technologies are allowed with media. I know they can do it. You can have one of your best objects, turn it around, explain, engage the people to tell you to interpret it, and it provides your museological heritage. So, heritage, digital media, to me, is about museological heritage. As you have your museums, get away from the concept of museum, which is as institution. because that will confine you into your own space. What museological heritage allows you to engage with the public. And you will get questions. Questions are better than answers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson Abiti. And when I look at my program, the keynote speech doesn't have Q&A. So, so those who have Q&A will meet on a person-to-person basis. So, because of time, I will take this opportunity. Yeah, the keynote speaker said that if you have any questions, he will be here in the afternoon session. If there is, you can note them. He will take a minute or two to engage with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Nelson. But now we would like to take this opportunity to invite you to a tea break. And the tea break was planned to be 20 minutes maximum. Then we can have the other speakers going on. And we would like to take 20 minutes to be 20 minutes because we are already bad off on time. Thank you so much. You are invited to the table there. Those online, you can have the time to take a glass of water or some tea. But here this side, we'll be representing you. Thank you.
Should we remain online or first to go off?
Ladies and gentlemen, our break tea is ending in the next 4 minutes, but that doesn't stop you to continue having your tea. If you're still in the cup, you can continue it as a working tea, but in the next 4 minutes, we are going to continue with our presentations. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to carry on with our presentations. We had a small hiccup on our technology, but now we are back online. So members online, we apologize for taking more than 20 minutes that we agreed upon. We are almost 25 minutes, but now we are ready to go on. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Frederick Nsibambi, the Deputy ED, CCFU, the Cross Cultural Foundation of Uganda, and one of the experts in the cultural heritage industry, to share with us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amon. I don't know, I'm not always comfortable with this kind of, you know, because if you are this side, why should I be this side? Okay? And yet we need to connect. So you, maybe for purposes of the cameras and so on, the camera can still move. Yes, I always want to be flexible. Okay? So thank you very much once again for inviting me to say something in this training. When I got the invitation from my uncle, Joseph, and Amon, I looked at the subject and the area, and I was like, really? Am I the right person to speak about the importance of digital, media? Because as someone said, some of us belong somewhere. Okay? So there are people who belong here now. Okay? So I think it is a challenge on our side to try and have as many young people as possible, because they understand, in as much as we also need to understand the digital spaces, but I think we need to have as many young people as possible appreciate culture, so that when it comes to speaking about digital spaces and heritage, they are the ones who are doing it. We can give the guidance. And I'm very sure that when it is young people to young people, it makes a lot of sense. But I'll do what is humanly possible. So I have a one-pager about the importance of digital media to cultural heritage safeguarding and promotion, and I would like to request my colleagues on the gadgets to screen that one-pager. It will guide our conversation. As I've said, I'm not an expert in digital media, but I'm an expert in cultural heritage, so we need to find a compromise. Okay? I'm an expert in cultural heritage, but not an expert in digital media. But I know a little bit of digital media. So through the conversation, we need to make a link on how to utilize digital media for the safeguarding of our heritage. Because as I said in my remarks in the morning, we can't run away from digital media. It is here to stay. Okay? It is here to stay, so how do we use it to effectively promote the safeguarding and protection of our heritage? I forgot my glasses behind, so we need to make the text a little bigger. And what we are going to discuss is not rocket science. It is digital media, and I can tell you, all of us, even here in this room, we already interfacing with digital media, not so? Social media. The only missing link is culture. We on social media. How do we bring in culture? How do we bring in museums? Sometimes when I'm training people, 2 weeks ago I was in Imbarara, because we have a project on, actually I was happy in the morning, I had some students introducing themselves as doing Bachelor of Cultural Heritage Studies. And that is a project we've been running for the last 3 or 4 years. But I can tell you, even the people who are teaching that course, in the 4 universities of Chambogo, Kabale, Nkozi, and IU, they have a limited appreciation of culture. So last week we were in, not last week, 3 weeks ago we were in Mbarara, and I was asking them, you all have smartphones in the conference room, but how much do you have as content on those smartphones of yours, okay, in terms of our culture? Okay, very few. And yet we have a lot, they have a lot, and which requires them to have multiple layers of passwords for people not to access, okay? Because the content is not really suitable. But if you have cultural heritage as content on your smartphone, do you need to have multiple layers of passwords? Because you want it to be easily accessible. So the reason why I said what we are going to discuss is not rocket science is because we are talking about the media, and many of us know what it is, not so? We know media as channels of communication, because I don't want to bother reading, the information is there. Channels of communication. Hey, Sebo. We have people online, eh? So media broadly describes all channels of communication, including everything from printed paper to digital. And it comprises news, art, educational content, and any form of, now the text is cut, okay? But it is about influencing people using television, radio, books, magazines, and internet. Is this rocket science? Channels of communication, using books, using art, okay? Education content. We've been on television, okay? On radio and internet. But for me, the question is, we've been on TV, we've been on magazines, we've been on radio. How much do we have there in terms of information concerning our museums? Okay? I don't know whether the vice chairperson of UCOMA told you that they have been in existence since 2011, meaning they have been around for some time. But how much of community museum do we find in our conventional media spaces? So one would ask, where is the problem? The museums are there, the media channels are there. So where is the problem? Is it because we don't know how to develop the content? Is it because we are not proud of our museum, so we don't feel they should be really talked about in the media spaces? Is it because we are not IT compliant? We don't know how to use media to talk about museums? So as museum actors, we need to ask ourselves all those questions so that at the end of our training this today and tomorrow, there is a change at least. We are able to see museums, we are able to see culture featuring prominently in the different media spaces. Through news, documentaries, and educational programs, the media convey knowledge about culture and cultural patriotism. What we mean by cultural patriotism here, there was a word nationalism, which doesn't sometimes work very well for us here. But what I mean by cultural patriotism is, we've heard about patriotism, eh? Okay? And patriotism clubs. What do they teach us there? So, cultural patriotism, we mean our ability and love for who we are, our cultures. And it is the media that can help us to demonstrate our cultural patriotism. If you love your culture so much, then why are you sitting on it? Why not using the existing media channels or platforms to showcase it? Okujikuba abalala. Okay? But what we do, or what I've seen across the country, we hate ourselves so much. And I think for me that is the starting point. There is no way you're going to promote culture if you hate yourself. And once, if you hate yourself, it means you also hate what makes you as an individual. And what makes you as an individual is your culture. Not so. Because it is your culture that determines the way you eat, the way you walk, the way you greet other people, the way you interact with other people, the kind of food, the way you dress. Okay? So if you hate all that, I can tell you not talk about it and you not find it relevant to write about it and publicize it. So people can learn about history, traditions, art, and other cultural elements through the media. Okay? We can't, as I said, the trend is that the media is one of the main channels through which we can allow young people and you know, other categories of Ugandans to learn about their history, to learn about their art, to learn about the different cultural elements. Okay? Think about the existing social media platforms. Previously, it was very difficult. For instance, people from this side of Uganda, people from the south, or people from the north, to learn about because the cultural borders were still very, very hard to cross. But because of social media, because of easy movements, the cultural boundaries have become very porous. And it has become very easy to learn about the other culture. And in that way, we've been able to deal away, at least to a greater extent, with some of the cultural stereotypes and biases. Although some of them are still coming through, for me, whenever I'm on social media, I still see a lot of stereotypes and cultural biases. I don't know whether you also see them. When the Mchiga is in Kampala, this is how they behave. When the Acholi is in Kampala, this is how they behave. When the Muganda is somewhere, okay? And that is not what we want, especially if we talk about using digital media to promote the safeguarding of our heritage. We need to look at cultural aspects that bring us together, cultural aspects that can enrich us, something I can learn from you, but also something you can learn from me, okay? Because we have different aspects of our culture, and they are unique, and they are useful in one way or another. I keep telling people that I love the Acholi people. Why? Because some of them are still true to their traditional values, okay? And those traditional values are not coming through the media spaces. I don't know why. Previously, it was very difficult to give an Acholi money if you don't have a genuine reason why you are giving them that money. Okay? They will ask you, sir, what is this money for? What have I done for you? Okay? But when you come this side of ours, if you give me money, I'll even ask for more, even when I've not done anything for you. Okay? I'll even ask for more. So, there is a lot that we can learn from our diverse cultures, and especially if you want to deal away with these issues of corruption. Okay? So we need to look at, I think I'll talk about it later, we need to project culture as something that can help us to address some of the contemporary development challenges, including corruption, because some of our communities are still true to their traditional values, but we don't see that information coming through the different platforms. What we see are the stereotypes and the bad ones. If somebody does something bad in culture, it will make news everywhere, okay? So when we speak about digital media and cultural heritage, what we mean here is the media, okay? Digital media is what we call I think Nelson spoke about this extensively. The digitized content that can be transmitted over the internet or computer networks. And this can include the text information, audio, videos, and graphics. So as I said, this is not rocket science. When we think about digital media, we are talking about information that has been digitized and it can be communicated through different forms, okay? But again, reflect on what you usually communicate as a museum person, as a cultural enthusiast, as a cultural practitioner. How much do you really communicate in terms of the audio and videos that bring out our cultures? How much? Because it starts with you. Before I can talk, I will talk because I'm used to talking. Okay, but I will not come to your museum and tell you the things you need to. I can give you the knowledge and open your eyes, but I will not develop the text. Okay? It is your choice after this meeting, after this training, to go back and start talking about mariachi and who? Who else? Those are the things I see on TikTok. Oh? And I'm like, can we really do something better than this on TikTok? Okay? And you see mariachi and I'm sorry, you might be around. This is their space. But sometimes I don't like the obscenities, and I'm like, we can do much better than this, okay? Through digital or social media, people can gain knowledge about the history of a community and appreciate its distinctiveness. If I may ask, how many of us have heard about the IC? The IC? Only 2, 4, okay? 5. How about the Bachingwe? The Bachingwe? So these are Ugandans, okay? Like us. And they have unique cultures. And the best way, because it is very difficult for me to take you to Kasese to learn about the Bachingwe, if the Bachingwe are wise enough, they will put something on social, they will develop something about their cultures and put it on social media, and it will be easy for all of us to learn about the distinctiveness of their cultures. They are very small in numbers, okay? But their cultures are unique, and they will never be Baganda whatsoever. They will never be Baganda, they will never be Basoga. They remain Bachingwe, the fishing community around Katunguli in Kasese. Okay? So through social media, we are able to learn about the history of those communities. Okay? The Ik are found in the extreme northeast of Kabo, okay, with a completely different language. But when and fortunately, many of them can speak in Ngakara Mojong. So when we hear them speak in Ngakara Mojong, we think they are all Karamojong, and yet they are not. But through social media, it is very easy for us to learn about who they are and what makes them unique. But also for us to be able to share our experiences and different narratives. Okay? As communities, we all subscribe to different narratives. I like the narrative of the Baganda of Kintu and Inambi. You ask a typical Muganda, they will tell you, for us, the first Muganda, or the first person on this planet is Kintu. Okay? And you have no right whatsoever to say you are lying. Okay? Because for them, that is their narrative. The Bennett in Mount Elgon, they will tell you, for us, we came from the lineage of Jesus. Okay? That is why we circumcise. And that is their narrative. And how do we learn about these beautiful narratives and experiences? It is through social media. And I'm saying all this because I know we've tried as an organization to document some of these experiences. And if you get on our website, you will have a little bit of them on the website. Social networking platforms such as WhatsApp, Facebook. I put X because I know it is trending, but to find Nsibambi on X. okay? They allow people from different cultures to connect, okay, and communicate with each other. This interaction helps break down barriers, stereotypes, and cultural biases. I know for sure they have a platform. They have Wango, which is virtual. Wango is a fireplace, which is virtual. So you have Achoris in Uganda, you have Achoris in America, you have Achoris everywhere across the globe, sharing different experiences. And I'm very sure even non-Achoris have subscribed on that platform. And that gives them an opportunity to learn about the experiences of the different communities. And that helps to break away the barriers and the stereotypes and the cultural biases. One of the hindrances we've been facing in promoting our heritage are what we call cultural biases. You come to me, I tell you about your heritage, my heritage, and then you are like, what the hell are you talking about? Do we still need those things in this modern day and era? But it is my heritage. Okay? The other day, I had a training in Nakasongola, and it was my first time to sleep in Nakasongola. I always pass. And that is where I met Andrew. Where is Andrew? He had been invited as a chief guest, and he didn't know that I was financing the event. So, but what really shocked me, right from the people at the office, and it's good they are not here, so I can backbite me apart from process. So, one of our staff was telling the person I was going with, are you safe in Nakasongola? Where are you going to sleep? Are they not going to eat you? Hey, I said, you people, I've been teaching people how to deal with cultural biases and stereotypes. Okay? And for you here in CCF, you are still thinking like that. So, you mean me, I don't have blood, I don't have a life to worry about? You are going with me. So why are you scared of being eaten? I said, let's go. If they will eat us together, let's go. We spent a whole week in Nakasongola, and none of us lost it. Yes. So tell me, if you put such a person in charge of safeguarding the cultural heritage of the Varuri, what will that person do? These people, they eat people. Why should we promote their heritage? So it becomes a big problem. Okay? But when we network, when we work together, we come to realize that all our cultures are important. And the stereotypes and the biases come in as a result of lack of communication and sharing. Okay? They will tell you Uganda is a thief. We've been called thieves across the country. Okay? But I can assure you, I'm here, I'm a typical Muganda, but you leave this room, none of you will lose their telephones. Okay? And none of you lose your money. Okay? Because we are in the same space, we are sharing, and you realize that I'm not a thief, but I'm just probably a little clever than okay? And business oriented. And you can learn about that through interactions using different media spaces. But one thing we need to realize is that whereas traditional marketing or media spaces focus on offline media, social media or digital media focuses on interactive social media platforms. And this is a challenge I was highlighting to the journalists we had about a week ago in Jinja. We were taking them to different spaces, the cultural spaces. And I was telling them that we need to try and adjust, because social media is rendering your spaces, your conventional media spaces, irrelevant. Because as NTV, you are preparing news for 7 o'clock, okay? but then I received the news at 10 a.m. So do I still need to go on and sit on TV to watch something I've seen already on social media? Probably not. I'll probably do something else. So, again, as media actors, I just wanted to tell you that it is really important. We still need the conventional media, okay? But we need to find a middle ground because the digital media has also taken the space. How do we jump on it? 10 o'clock, the news is all over the place. Then for you, NTV, you're in the newsroom trying to edit, okay? Cut here, cut there, and then at 7 o'clock, you give me a film of some sort. Social media has given me even the raw footage. You understand? So as museums, we need to capture that raw footage and share it the way it is, because sometimes it makes much more sense. And then the other thing I wanted to mention to you is that as museum curators and managers, we need to think about our museums and how you can innovatively interact with your publics. Because as a museum, you have different publics, different categories of target audience. We have the young people. They have just released the census results. What is the percentage of young people below the age of 17? It's like I heard it's 50% below 17. Okay? And what does that mean for us? Because those are the people who are on TikTok. Those are the people who are social media. My son is 17. Immediately he comes back for holidays. His mom loses the phone. It becomes his phone. And he didn't know that I'm also on social media. So they post things, not knowing that I will be able to. And I'm not the only one, okay? So what does that mean for us as museum managers? We need to have content that is relevant for that age bracket. We also need to think about the relevant channels, because those are the people who will not sit on TV. Again, in my house, at 7 o'clock, you put on news, everybody's sweet. Okay? What does that mean? Even yours. They are not TV people, but they are the biggest percentage of our population. So as museums, if you want to target them, what do we need to do? We need to style up. Okay? Conventional is no longer the norm. You wait to see, because I was reflecting on this as an organization, because we've invested a lot in the conventional media. On Sundays, usually NTV has like 5 minutes talking about culture. But now if the biggest population is below 17, and immediately NTV news start, that means for us that investment is not probably, we need to rethink. And that applies to all of us. Then think about the grown-ups, ourselves, okay? 45 and above. Do we have time for museum? How many of us have gone, you've selected a day in a week and you are saying, I am going to visit a museum? How many? It is because we don't have the time, okay? But once in a while, we are there on social media. So what that means is that as a museum, you need to categorize us. Those below 17, what do they want? What kind of information? How do you even write it? At CCFE, I normally find problems, and I was telling my colleagues that maybe I should stop going to schools, because the moment I start talking, I see young people looking the other way, okay? Because even the language I'm using is not for them, okay? Even the language I'm using civil society language, strategizing, synergizing, okay? What do they understand? Couple, and they speak, and you are also left hangers. So even the language we use as museum operators has to be relevant to the different categories of our customers. Even the facilities. So we've talked about social media. Time is going. I want to conclude. It is beautiful. It's good to have it. It is here to stay. It is really important in terms of safeguarding our heritage. We can't afford any longer to say we are preserving heritage without social media. She's the manager of our museum in Jinja, the Uganda Railway Museum. But she gets customers through social media. Okay? I see them on WhatsApp, on Twitter, and I told you, on X, okay? So that means it is here, we need it, okay? But I can assure you, it is not a bed of roses. We also need to be very careful. Just like you marry a very beautiful woman, okay? Everybody will admire her, people will, will say, at least you. But I can tell you, you also need to go beyond the facade, okay? You need to go beyond the facade. And that is the same thing we should do with social media. It is beautiful, it is a good thing, we need to embrace it, but we also need to be very much aware of some of its black spots. And one of them is that it can easily be abused, okay? Because it can be accessed by everyone. Sometimes you don't have much control over what is happening and over what people will say about you, okay? So you need to be very careful when you are crafting the message you are going to put out there. And then you also need to be present. Presence is very important. Because if you are not present, present on social media and somebody writes something and you are not available quickly to respond or to undo the damage, I'm telling you, by the time you wake up, the damage is too much for you to really reverse. Okay? And everybody is an expert. I know, yesterday I was asking one of my family people if there is any news from Namibia. and somebody said, hey, keep quiet. Can't you realize we've had a break from social media? You want them to start. So it is a good thing, but you can imagine how much havoc it is doing in some other areas, okay? Because issues of the Kavaka sometimes are supposed to be private, but because of social media, there isn't much people can do, okay? It was a polite, because I was also concerned as a Muganda, in the updates from Namibia. Okay? And I wanted to WhatsApp our clan head because I saw he was on the but I was told to, okay? So sometimes social media can be, really terrible because there are things that you can't, really control once they are out there. And the other danger is that it has rendered, as I said, the conventional media houses almost irrelevant. And yet we still need them because there are things that you can't do on social media. Quality control is a problem. I don't know whether you've noted that. Quality control on social media is a problem because all of us are experts. All of us are media actors, okay? But at least if something goes to NTV or NBS, it will undergo through some kind of, yes, they will say, maybe this should be written like this. You need to edit the language a little, which can't be done on social media. Sometimes on social media, we even write the letters when they are upside down. And you wonder what somebody really wanted to mean. Okay? And then, as somebody mentioned, expenses. You need to have money to buy data. Okay? If you don't have data, you will not be present on social media. Okay? I know we can jump on free Wi-Fi wherever, here and there, but it is not a guarantee that we will always get it. So as I conclude, digital media plays an indispensable role in preserving and promoting our cultural heritage. And because communication and publicity is part of safeguarding and protection. So without it, we can't say we are preserving when people don't know what we are preserving. So by harnessing the power of digital platforms, we can safeguard our legacy, our cultural legacy, share it with the world, foster creativity, and empower the communities to preserve their heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frederick Sivambi. And I will have time for Q&A. I would call the next speaker, possibly we feel this should take the next 20 minutes. Mr. Philip Balimunsi, the curator of UNCC Normal Gallery, the manager of Normal Gallery. And obviously when we talk of UNCC Normal Gallery or UNCC, they are our hosts today here. So he's taking, some of us call him the knowledge broker. So you're welcome, sir. And the floor is yours.
Is it mandatory? Yes, because thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. It's already dark. And I know many of us are not so much engrossed in the field of museum or museology or even culture in the sense of ethnography and all that. But we are museum people by association, and I'm glad to be one of those members. World over, museums are grappling with one thing. They have evolved from issues of acquisition, collection care, and collection planning. The biggest thing now is communication, digital literacy, and education. Those three. If you notice, almost everyone has been talking about that. And the biggest question is, how do you package a century of collections, communications, and narrative into a single thread of an exhibition, to say? And that's the biggest challenge we face today, without really delegating the entire collection or narrative to petty criticism. For people to pick out what they think, you know, that the petty things that people pick out, and they miss out the message. That's the biggest challenge we face with museums today. It's a global crisis. Even the biggest museums that you've heard about, I remember, I think in 2017, Rijks came out and they were talking about, I think it was Willem Pipes, the director then, was talking about how the public can access the incredible collection that Rijks Museum has in Amsterdam. And he came up with a digital studio so that you could interact with objects the way the keynote speaker mentioned. So those are some of the interventions, and technology has given us the opportunity to sort of take advantage of our collections. So today, I believe whoever owns a museum here has a collection. The challenge is not the collection. The challenge is not acquisition. The challenge is how do you make sense of this collection through communication. And one of the biggest challenges still under communication is a profile. All of us have a profile, but I don't know whether we've ever taken time to air out what we need to communicate through the profile away from what we want. I always use Baganda because I belong to that tribe, and I know they will not be offended. We are told, how do you call it? Kulamia, kulanya. I think what I want to mean, I think, is kulamia. Kulanya, I think you do it before the king. Then kulamia is what you do to the commoners, before the commoners. And there is that systematic approach to the system, to the entire process of kulamia, or even kulanya, because it's just a reverse for the two. That you start from a particular hierarchy, if you're before the king, or you start from a particular, from down if you are before commoners. And we haven't been given an opportunity to rip that process apart. It's sort of entrenched, and you can't change it. But however, the process of our profiles of institutions and individuals, there are certain things you can play with to give it a personality. And for me, that's where I pick interest as a creative person. Assuming your profile, I'm an artist. I'm a visual artist too. And every time I talk about a profile, I imagine a portrait. And if you notice, in most cases, your profile will have a portrait. For your institution, it's difficult to take a portrait of your institution. However, the words below it will always describe the portrait. So the question is, what is the portrait of your institution? Because for individuals, it's much easier. There is a footprint. You know, every information is factual, simple, known, and everything is done by government on your behalf. You know, you have a national ID that will talk about, you know, your date of birth. You have a birth certificate. The question is, have you ever interrogated the profile of your institution? Have you ever even thought about the footprint of that institution? Have you ever imagined the visual representation of that institution into a single image? Anyone who has an idea of how to go about a profile of an institution? Because my task here tonight is not actually to break down the profile. It's to talk about the importance of the profile and the portfolio. But I thought it would be difficult for us to talk about the importance of the portrait without knowing what that portrait looks like, or the features of that portrait. In my overview, I think I'll look at the profile development and then the portfolio development. Then at the tail end, I'll spend a few minutes to look at the relevance of a good portfolio and profile per se. Next. Next. Keep rolling up to the next slide. Like I've just mentioned, that imagine a portrait of your organization. Imagine if you hired a visual artist. Imagine if you brought a photographer. I know we have some of them. What image are they going to take to represent your institution. It's very challenging, but first it's much easier to write it and you know what sort of important features represent your institution. Good enough, we have a photographer in the building. He will be able to give us a portrait of our museums. One of the things you have to consider, it's factual information. I know if we read most of the profiles of the institutions, you're going to find things that sound kind of being cliche. You know, the best museum in Uganda, the best regional museum in the East. You know, we are the best with the best collection. You know, what is the criteria for that? Do you have, you know, a basis for that? So every information has to be factual. Most importantly, very informative, because the aim is to communicate. And remember, the aim is not to communicate what you want, but what you need to communicate. Next. These are the things I thought about. That if someone opens your digital page with a website, whether it's a print, these are things you need to look at. For example, what is your story? In brief, what is the history of your institution? And how unique is that history? Not generic history. Pick out things that are unique to you, things that are supportive to your existence, things that are informative, and things that are valuable. What is your market? We struggle with this. Most of museums, they will give you an array of almost everyone, that we serve everyone. It's better you start with your main market, because not all museums, by representation, by feel, serve everyone. That's why we are grappling with the young people. You have a museum that serves the old, but you say, we serve schools, young people, but in terms of feel, in terms of how you tailor your communication, there's nothing that relates to the young people. So please give us your niche and start with that, focus on that. Then later you can try to accommodate other groups. So you must have a focus. And what are your contributions? And here also looking at unique contributions. If you're a Uganda museum, are you a museum of ethnography? Are you a museum of anthropology? Are you a museum of what kind of collection do you represent? You can't be a Uganda museum. If you're a community museum, what unique collection do you have or do you represent from that particular community? Don't pick out the obvious ones that you find in a Uganda museum, you find in a museum in Busoga. Pick out things that are unique to your community and you'll never find them anywhere. So people will have a reason to come to your museum based on your profile. Then the other aspect is distinction. What makes your contribution unique? And then, this is the most obvious one, mission, vision, and core values. If we randomly asked, for example, let's ask the president, what is the mission of your institution? Huh? And that was the mission? Vision? Mr. President, we are waiting. So you can tell, because the essence of your profile and portfolio is majorly to appreciate your organization. And actually, if you look at these segments of mission, vision, and core values, they help you appreciate your institution. For example, the mission gives you a broader understanding of the organization and how you achieve the objectives of the organization. Then the vision simply gives you a picture of what you want to be or where you want to be. So the question is, if you look at all your organizations, do you know where you want to be? And is your mission taking you to that vision? Are your core values tailored to the same? So every client you want to engage, whether student or what, the profile having all these components should feel like it talks to them. That's why it's difficult to speak to everyone. Because the kind of language you're going to use, if you really, your museum speaks to the corporates, the elites, is going to be different. It won't appeal to the young people that my colleague was talking about. So we need to, first of all, look at the target and then tailor our communication, the feel, the graphics. I know my colleague will talk about the details in depth. Even the imagery. You can't take an object, the same object, with an intention of communicating to the young people. It won't be the same object that you take with an aim of talking to funders. Because everyone wants to see something different of the same object or the same collection. Then success story. This is something we forget. You need to be proud and you need to show people that you're confident. You need to pick out an example of your, tell your story. And the way we tell our stories is different. So this entire thing we call a profile is more of your pride. Where should you where panka? And you're telling your story. And the way we tell our stories is different. This museum can't do the same. That's why you can't copy. The way Chiguru does it, they will have an influence of the Busoga sort of approach. The way Uganda do it, they will rotate around before they tell you exactly what it is. Just to engage you. You can even listen to their songs. Kadongo kam. Someone will tell you, nakedene nava, ate namaza, mwana najana itao. But you haven't reached the mulamwa. So that's their nature. And in some way, they will engage you until they tell you what it is. Emuzungu will be straight to the point. So those are the subtle differences that each museum should have. And those are the subtle differences that audiences are looking for. However, don't forget to give examples, at least in each instance. And this is a single paragraph. It's not, a full page or a narrative or so. It's a simple narrative, but having all these ingredients. With that, we know who the organization is, who the person is, and what they represent, the scope and everything. So next. So maybe perhaps to the examples, let them be distinctive, let them be directional, purposeful, and supportive. Then a portfolio is almost the same, but now it's more of imagery. You're telling the same story, you narrated, but here you're telling that story through the collection. You see how they complement each other. So the moment you get it wrong with a profile, chances are high you're going to get it wrong with the selection of the images. Because if you don't know what your institution is, you're going to do what others do. You look at what others have presented, and that's what you present. So ideally, through imagery, you're now going to narrate your story. And here we are looking at a collection of work, or a body of work. We assume that you've done a lot of things throughout your existence as a museum. And now we want to hear your story, but now we want to visually see it. This now adds to the portrait we talked about. Next. Traditionally, for those who have been in galleries and museums, if you wanted to understand a museum, you would walk to the museum, you meet either the curator or the director, or because curators were more of the custodians. They were the knowledge custodians and the custodians of the objects. So they would take you around to show you what the museum has. And I think it informs what we have today as tours or museum tours. So ideally, in a sense of depending on the kind of museum, you would have collectors or a package for collectors. You come and show them what you have, and that would be your portfolio. But today, given the outreach, you can no longer afford that. And COVID tested us. Not everyone can walk to the museum, but also even the infrastructure of the museum or museums still have challenges to certain groups. For example, people who are differently abled. Even if you walk them to the Uganda Museum, if, for example, people have visual impairment, people have hearing problems, how are they going to appreciate your museum? So the digital portfolio gives us an opportunity to embed all these components and appeal to all these different audiences and these different challenges. Remember, it's a contemporary world, and it comes with a lot of challenges, issues of diversity, issues of access or accessibility. And because of those physical challenges, the digital space offers us that broad opportunity. You can have an audio museum. If you go to your ATMs, they have that audio component. If you have an ear impairment, then you can use the visuals. If you have a visual impairment, you can trigger the audio feature when you're withdrawing money. So all these components, we need to borrow and learn. Next. However, remember we talked about we have a lot of collections, and almost, I don't know how much is on display at the Uganda Museum in terms of a collection, in terms of percentages. 10%. So imagine only 10% can be accessible to their target audience, which is that broad. However, even the 10% is through the lens of the curator or the artistic director or the creative director of the institution. And chances are high that even the 10% will stay on display for the next 2, 3, or 5 years without changing it, or even forever. So the question, since independence. So chances are high that many of you have never seen 90% of the Uganda Museum collection. But we don't even have an opportunity to see the entire portfolio digitally. So if we can't see the 90%, can we have another option of seeing the 90%, even if it's virtually, and engage with it? That's what William Pipe did with the Rijksmuseum. He opened up the Rijksstudio, and they rendered over 5,000 objects of Rijks, put them online, and gave the public access to the objects and told them use them for any purpose you want online, for as long as it's not commercial. So you could ideally print a shirt from a Van Gogh as an object in store. Because the idea is more of, for him, he looked at the contemporary view of relational experiences with objects. It's not what the curator tells you. It's what the relationship you develop between you and the object, or with the object. And that's where the museum is going. If someone came to your museum, do they get that relational experience with your museum, or even the object? It's no longer about the objects. It's about the experience within which the objects are placed. So today we no longer say, hey, you have the oldest object. Yes, it's incredible. But the question is, how do people relate to the object? And what experience do they take away from the museum and do what we call transported presence? They convert that information and transfer it to another group of people without actually taking the actual object. That's what transported presence and relational experience is about. For example, if I walk to the Uganda Museum, I can tell you a different story. Given the exhibitions they have done, I'll pick out that exhibition I relate to, and I'll edit or curate the narrative to get a narrative that suits my experience, my field of work, and my interest. And that's the projection I will have of the Uganda Museum, and that's the projection I will give to the public. That's the image I will send to the public. So that's what is trending, and that's what will take us to the digital spaces. So it's no longer about what authoritatively Mr. B.T. Nelson says about Walumbe. It's about how, as a visual artist, I relate with Gregory Maloba and the history I have with Makerere to interpret Walumbe and Gregory Maloba given that context, not the museum context, ideally. So the public now becomes a component that creates content together with the museum. And the museum simply curates those experiences to give a more advanced experience. So it's no longer about you being the custodian of knowledge. It's about how you initiate a conversation and a dialogue within a space. So you set up the stage, invite people, and initiate dialogue. And that space is between the viewer and the object. So in most cases, you're in the background. So what the viewer does with the object is what you look at in terms of the response and be like, the exhibition is successful or the display is successful or not. Not to dictate and say, no, don't touch, don't go this side, don't do this. That is caging the viewer. And remember, we are talking about thinking outside the box. The moment you start to put a lot of rules, then you're confining people into a box. The contemporary world is looking at thinking outside the box. And thinking outside the box means breaking some of these rules. And that's what the digital space is doing. You may not be able to interact with Walumbe in a physical space, then create for us a virtual space where I will touch it, move it around, throw it to the ground and feel the impact without destroying the original object. When it comes to racism, even when we have very comprehensive narratives about our museums, you need to compact the story. Pick out things that make a lot of sense. I know when it comes to portfolios, people want to put everything that they have. Yet sometimes you can cluster your collections and give a representation of what that entire collection is about. So this is what we're talking about in terms of what images you select. And I know someone is going to talk about the technicalities of images. You need to pick out images that tell the story we talked about in the profile. If anything is outside that story, first push it aside. That's why the first part is so crucial. Next. Even when I talk about digital portfolios and so on, it always starts with the analog process. In order for you to categorize, select what you want to represent in a digital format, you should be able to first of all experience it in a physical space. For example, in order for someone to create an exhibition, a virtual exhibition, somehow, somewhere, you're going to move through a space to know a physical space for you to appreciate what that virtual experience should be. So chances are high that even when you're going to create a digital sort of portfolio, chances are high you need to be organized in the physical space. Then you transfer that experience. Remember we talked about transported presence into the virtual world. So that you have a soul behind the virtual existence or the virtual experience. The challenges we face, you know, I work with visual artists quite a lot and designers. They do a lot of imaginary things. They are great at imagining, and in most cases, those spaces are not realistic if someone has not gone through the actual process and the actual experience. So chances are high you're going to get these designers, these photographers, take them to the actual collection, then they get an experience of what a TV of 1930 looks like and how you use it and the experience it gives you. Then they give you an image of that TV carrying all its heritage. So chances are high the portfolio also works the same way. Many of you have websites, and the way you curate the website, remember you are curators, and the way you curate the physical space will largely determine how you curate the website. Don't leave it to the designers. So the way you organize that information on that website is actually an actual museum. If it's contrary, if you get a good design and they do something that is almost, that feels like it's from the West, then you've sold off your museum. You've sold off your story. You've traded off your story. So chances are high you need to give them a design brief or take them through the process, give them the experience, let them be part of that experience. Then they transfer that experience into a virtual space. Then we have our IT expert, cloud space. Chances are high you can have even a PDF version of your portfolio, then upload it in space. What the website gives you, you can add a PDF and also design, the entire user interface can be your portfolio rather than an upload. But the advantage with an upload, people can download and experience it even offline. Of course, the PDF is a given. It's more of a catalog. And many of you have experimented with catalogs. Next. My colleague who does a lot of photography will delve deep into this in the next session, but I will just typically pick out a few things. If you're picking images for your portfolio, try as much as possible to look at your strength. That is your mastery. I'm a visual artist. If you take me to the Uganda Museum, chances are high I'll pick the Gregory Malovas because I will not go into what he does. Because that's my mastery. And I know the entire history behind the artists, the artworks, and the meanings. So pick out those collections where you feel you have the skills. You can ably articulate the narratives. They represent what you stand for. Go back to what we started with, the profile. It will define what you pick and what you leave out, not everything. Then, variety and versatility. This is more of try to have new thinking around your collection. The interpretation, the way it's sort of the way audiences navigate through it, those are the new thinkings around. Be creative. And remember, we started with, don't just follow the rules to the letter. Appreciate them, understand them, then break them. But most importantly, be original. That's the uniqueness we've talked about all through. Next. Now, this is more of images and the feel and the outlook. I think it's something that our colleague will delve into so that I don't take a lot of time on that. But it's more of you appreciating how people look at your portfolio, if they look at the website. If you sit aside and tell someone, this is my website, how do they react to it? Remember we talked about relational. How do they relate with your content? Whatever they do, it's either the thing they will do or it's either the response they will have when they come to the physical museum, or it will be the opposite, if they have kind of. So look at those reactions and then think twice in case. And in terms of imagery, my colleague will do that because it's more of technical in terms of photography, the size, the weight, and so on. Next. So this is what I was invited to do, is to look at the importance of a portfolio. We all work in organizations, and they will call you for an exhibition, and you're like, now what should I bring? And I know this has happened to many of you. What should I bring? If you know your profile, and you know the profile of your partner, you should be able to look for your interests within the event and be like, this is how I want to look like at your event. So if you really work on your portfolio, work on your profile, it will ease your selection process. There are projects I know that I will never do them, even if you bring a lot of money, if they are way out of my portfolio. Because I know they don't add to my story. I only get money out of them. So it doesn't make sense for you to participate in so many events, and at the end of the day, you've only participated in 2 that relate to your profile and your portfolio. Because they will be edited out. If someone is listening, they'll be like, no, this doesn't make sense. And I will employ you to look at organizational profiles online. We have done that with a colleague, with a team of about 40 curators. And it was fascinating to look out for those items I mentioned in many of them. And you will appreciate what it is. And that will help you work on yours. Then in terms of decision making, it's still the same way. If someone calls you for an event, you know what you stand for. You know what you want out of the events. It's clear. It's mapped out. Every employee of your museum knows what you stand for. If you come to National Theatre or Uganda National Culture Center, it's clear. If it's out of what we do, then we are like, we would love to participate, but we apologize. So don't take up everything for the sake. And a portfolio will really, really give you an opportunity to make decisions. Then strategic alignment still goes the same way. People are going to approach you. We have funding. We have this project. The question is, do you know your portfolio? Do you know their portfolio? Do you know your profile? Do they know your profile and portfolio? Chances are high, wrong people will approach you because your portfolio and profile is not clear. And when they approach you, they will simply look at their interests, not your interests. So the only way you can critique and judge and stay on course and realign your interests is by going back to your profile and portfolio. Then risk management. Of course, when you know what to pick and what not to pick, it gives you that opportunity to know that it's risky to invest resources in projects that don't add anything to my story. Remember, wherever you go, you just want to tell your story, nothing else. Finally, what I want to concentrate on is transparency and better communication. We all work in organizations, and it's a shame if you work with an organization and you don't know the basics that formulate that organization or that make up that organization. If you don't know the core values of that institution. And not knowing, I don't mean knowing how to read them or reading them out aloud or cramming them, but appreciating them in view of activities that you take up, in view of partners that you approach, in view of every aspect of your managerial process. Please go back and ask your team, do they appreciate your journey? Do they appreciate who you are as an institution? Do they understand the core values, the mission and vision? And do they align every activity, every moment in office, every moment at work towards the vision, mission, and core values. Do they stand by those principles, which are the core values that govern your institution? Sometimes you don't need to drum them. You don't just need to read them. You just need to live them. And that's the challenge we face in Uganda. Someone says corruption when they are taking an envelope. But no, we don't agree with corruption. Do you want to bribe me? But first bring that envelope. So these are the things we should look out for. And I would like to say thank you so much. That was my presentation. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Philip. And I remember a moment. I remember when I was starting, I said he's a knowledge broker. So possibly you can see his presentation. Now, we are going to give a chance for question, Q&A, and for the two sessions, the one held by Mr. Frederick Nsibambi and Philip. And we are only going to use 10 minutes. We are going to give 7 minutes we're going to use around 12 minutes. 7 minutes for those who are physically present, 5 minutes for online. Thank you. So online people, you can raise your hands and the host will help us. Okay, Joseph, can I have another microphone there? Possibly be using this one.
Thank you so much, Philip, for that very exciting presentation. You know, when you are sharing, everything sounded very perfectly done. But the question is, how do we start? Do we have a template? Is there something you say that we can look at to really see how we can help ourselves? You know, sometimes copying was bad when we were doing exams. But to a certain extent, to make ourselves better, we need to see how others have done it, then we can work on ourselves. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, MC. I have a number of questions and maybe also to contribute to the discussion. The speakers have spoken quite a number of things about a number of things. But I picked out some main points. And I have to say, one of the things that caught my keen interest was what you talked about us appreciating our heritage. I believe you called it cultural patriotism. That has bred this sort of self-hate around most of us. You know, young people, because you've spoken a lot about young people, relate a lot with foreign cultures. You'll find young people talking about things like Thor, people like Zeus, you know, Greek mythology and all that kind of thing. But the moment you start speaking about patriotism, as I did earlier, the conversation shifts, you know, it becomes more into, oh no, why are you going back into the past? Why are you talking about things that are from the old, you know, that sort of thing. Yet, these very people enjoy things about Thor and Zeus and whatnot. So, I believe that comes a lot into how we have packaged our culture and our heritage. And I think museums have a big role to play in this, in order to change the narrative, so that we can be more patriotic with our culture. And I have a number of ideas about how this can be done. We are speaking about using digital media to be able to, you know, push these narratives. And I believe digital media does have a very big role to play, but how we also bring in the content, and I think he has spoken about this, the last speaker, relational content. A lot of us grew up, for example, using comic books, liking Super Strikers, those who grew up during my time, and other comics. And I believe this is also a very good avenue to pass on information to these young people, as other cultures are doing. I've already mentioned how there's lots of comics about Zeus and Thor and all that. I believe we can also have that for our own heroes, because we do have them. The likes of Kabarega and the rest, they did a lot of things that mattered a lot to protecting our heritage, and I think they need to be celebrated. So we need to find a way that we can push those narratives in a creative way that will engage the young people. Sorry, I know. Yes, and then let me just summarize. About the museum, the Uganda Museum, unfortunately, it seems the speaker is away. Wow, yeah, so they spoke briefly about accessibility of the content. They've just told me that only 10% of the artifacts at the museum are exhibited. That pisses me off even, honestly. Because if we don't have access to that content, how are we going to know what is there? And there's a lot of rich stuff that is there. As he has already given an example, the Luzira head. It has a lot of history. And I normally speak to Ugandans about strangers usually when I meet someone new. Usually my first questions are, oh, where are you from? Do you have a cultural leader in your community? You know, that sort of line of questioning, because I'm trying to understand our cultures here in Uganda to promote this sense of cross-cultural learning, which I don't think we have. Yeah, so there's no way we can have a museum that is only exhibiting 10%. I understand space might be limited, but give us access somehow. Now that we are speaking about digital media, maybe we can use that so that we are able to know what the museum has. And because some of us do it for passion, other people do it for work, whatever my reasons are, I should be able to access that content. And I think they also spoke about closing the museum for a year. I don't know what to say to that. Yeah, and then still the museum people. I visited a number of sites that are under the care of the museum, including Songezi and Bigo Byamjenyi. These sites mean a lot to the heritage of the country, but they are basically abandoned, not taken care of. And I don't know what the problem is. Maybe there's limited resources in terms of money and people, but we need to find a way to safeguard these sites because they mean a lot. And also to spread this knowledge through digital content, now that we are speaking about it. Because, for example, for me, how I found out about Songezi and Bigo Byam, okay, Bigo Byam is a bit famous, but Songezi is through research, personal research, you know, going into reading. And this is me who did history in school, you know. But if I hadn't really taken the time to have the passion to look for that information, I probably wouldn't know about it. Yet these sites mean a lot to the heritage of not just Uganda, but the region and the world at large. Songezi in particular has about, I think it has collections from the Stone Age, the Stone Age, even the Iron Age, and many Ugandans don't know that we even used to produce iron here before colonialism. Anyway, all that is information that should be readily available to the public. And I believe the more people know this information, the more they will be patriotic in terms of culture. Yeah, I promise this is the last thing. Yes, museum stuff. I believe I've had quite a number of visits to several museums, but I'll speak mostly about the Uganda Museum because it's the national museum. I've been there, and the staff that I speak to about the things there, they need to be, their capacity needs to be built, developed, so that they're able to receive the visitors and understand the visitors' expectations and be able to deliver the content that the visitors are looking for. I think he spoke a lot about this, relational content. I mentioned I do some work with tourism, and sometimes I take their tourists. And the information that I receive from some of the guides is lacking, to say the least. And I usually have a challenge. Now I have to contradict the person who I'm speaking to, the guide, and that's a big problem. So anyway, I can speak a lot, but I believe I've highlighted a few things that I wanted to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, the museum questions, I think the principal is coming to answer some of those questions. Thank you.
I think mine is also a question, because so far I've not had any question directed to me. And in any case, I told you I'm not an expert in digital media. That one. Philip, thank you very much. I've really liked your presentation because it spoke to some of the issues or challenges we faced in May. And I just want to get your advice. In May, we celebrated the International Museums Day. And we had an exhibition by community museums here in your space, okay? National Theatre. And it was curated. I mean, the exhibition had the likes of Ibra, Peter, and different museums. And what happened, because I personally, I get annoyed quickly, and you can read it from my face immediately. When I saw the objects that were brought, I was like, can't we, okay? Can't we really think a little harder? And what I saw is what exactly you've just talked about here, thinking about reflecting on your portfolio, what you have, and that helps you to choose what you want to project out there. If you're a museum and you are invited from Soroti, from Bundibujo, what are the things you need to put on the table that will bring out your identity as somebody coming from the Bamba of Bundibujo? What I saw was same pots, same calabashes, same mats, same baskets, and same everything. And then I was like, now we've lost it all, because the idea was to have diversity for people to learn about different cultures, which wasn't the case. But I also tried to understand where these people were coming from. CCFU has invited them, so pick whatever you know and have, and because you are funded, you must be present. So in a situation like that, where museums are so disempowered, what would be your recommendation? I know they can, you talked about realigning, their portfolios with their strategic whatever mission. So what would be your recommendation in supporting or enhancing the capacity of community museum operators to be able to selectively choose things that will represent who they are, especially if they are outside their usual space?
I think we are done. Do we have any online questions? So that they can be handled at once. Any hand up? Okay, online I think they got it better, and possibly all the questions they had were already put out. We had closed here. Okay, last one. Let's have one person here. Okay, you can. As Philip gets ready to take them.
Mine is not a question, as I say, but as much as we want to go digital, we want to create reasons as to why our visitors or any other person would visit a museum. So it's not like we have to put everything we have on social media, but we have to create reasons as to why the public visit the museum. For example, museums are non-profit, but they are supposed to be sustainable. So the moment you put all your stuff on social media, it means there's no reason as to why I should go at your museum, because I've seen literally everything at the museum. Why would I visit the Leire Museum, let me say the Leire Museum, yet I have seen all its collection? So my takeaway is, we need to create reasons or generate reasons as to why the public would visit any museum or any heritage or resource center. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have one online. Please, Hannah, you can go ahead and.
Yes, thank you. My name is Hannah Romole from Moroto, representing Attica Cultural Center. My question is, or my request also is, I think most of us birthed the museums out of our own passion without proper training and guidance, just out of the love and making sure that we uphold our heritage. We have been seeking support for quite a long time to really help us to standardize our centers as well, our museums as well, so that at least we are able to really represent or have something quality as a community museum. And that has not been forthcoming. So because I believe once we have that standardized, then that is now when we can now think of, also making sure that when you're having something online, everything is really standardized to the standard that is expected globally. And I think this is what most of us have undergone through in Uganda. And that is what I actually would like. How can we really make sure that we also really build the capacities of these community museums and really support them? Because it's quite tough handling a museum, and you know that there is nothing that is coming forth in terms of finances to run it, because as we all know, it is not tough to profit making. It is just to make sure that we're showcasing that we should be able to standardize it. And in a scenario where we don't have museums like in Karamoja, we have a community museum ours, not standardized, versus the government museum. So we also need to make sure that we build our capacities. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And
yes.
Before thank you, Anna. Before I take on Philip, I wanted to array the fears of Hannah in terms of capacity building. I think CCFU, besides Uganda Museum, may not have taken a lot as a government institution, but CCFU has done a lot to help on capacity building. And obviously, we believe there are many ways capacity is coming. Like this training, as you've heard, it's not a one institution arrangement. It's a multiple institution, people of like minds coming together to see that we create capacity for ourselves. So in such a way, we can also empower ourselves and empower others. But obviously that may not be able to answer everything in terms of capacity. We need the government in there. Fred wanted to say something on that, then Philip can take over.
Yes. So thank you, Hannah, for raising that question. I was really waiting to hear from you. I think one thing I wanted to say in terms of standardization, Amon has talked about capacity building, and for sure that is our area, and we shall continue enhancing the capacity of the different community museum managers. But in terms of standards or standardization, I think that is something that has to be contextualized, because we operate from different environments, we have different capacities, and we also have different ways of looking at our heritage. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that, was it in 2018, 2019, CCFU with UCOMA developed what we call the quality assurance standards for all community museums in Uganda. I think we can find a copy for you, because ideally, if you are a museum, you must behave like a museum. You can't be a turkey and walk like a duck, okay? So if you're a duck, please walk like a duck. If you're a turkey, walk like a turkey. If you're a museum, you need to behave like a museum. So they are basic standards. I know we can't be like the British Museum, or we can't be like Igongo, but there are certain basic standards we must adhere to as community museums, because we are public spaces. And you are saying you are in Moroto, where you have a community museum and also a government museum. And that is where the issue of context come in. Because one of the basics of a museum is for you to be open to the public. And sometimes you can go to the government museum and there is nobody to attend to you. Okay? I've been there severally. And you can go to Atekero Cultural Center and it is open. So the issues of being, government and community doesn't really count a lot. What is important is quality assurance standards and the basic standards for all of us across the board, whether government or community. But we can get a copy for you of the quality assurance standards so that you can look at them and be able to assess yourself where you are at. Thank you. I'm not quite sure whether it is online, but at least I know in the office there is a copy.
Okay, Philip, you can take on.
Thank you so much, Mukuru Amon. I will also start with my sister, that actually curating as a practice wasn't taught. It evolved. Actually, the first curators were just managers of collections. Then the experience they got with their interaction with the collections, each challenge became a standard or created or paved the way for what you call standards today. Whatever challenge they faced, they discussed them, interrogated them, and then created standards. The one prominent one that is so critical is the American Association of Museum Curators. They normally set standards. They even define the curator. But that definition doesn't apply to everyone. It applies to them as an association and Americans and people who belong to that block. So I believe with the Association of the Community Museums, these are the conversations you should have. There's no one who is going to set a standard of a museum and it lasts for the next 20 or 30 or 50 years. That standard won't work even for everyone. But you have a start line that Mr. Nsibambi has talked about. It's about interrogating it, pick out what works, what doesn't work, you evolve it and make it a better document or even better practices. The question of how do we start? Actually, when I started with the president, Mr. Chitaula Abraham, that was the process. Because when I asked him, what is your mission? What is your vision? It should be something he appreciates. And it should be what the entire team appreciates. And it should be something that everyone understands. I even expected him to give it to me in Lusoga. Then they translate the Lusoga into English for purposes of the global reach. But for me, it should start at that level. If it's a community museum, why don't you sit together as governors of or managers of that institution? Speak your language and mention what you want to achieve in your native language. It should be off-head for me. So that's the process. And about what Mr. Nsibambi asked about the selection of objects and what my recommendation should be is to have a pre-conversation, a pre-event conversation to brief the team what this event is, and then the way you can empower them, give them the authority to present their ideas. And then they can, based on those ideas, guide them at the ideation level, then they can convert those ideas into an exhibition. That's what I would say. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Time is not our best ally. Let me ask my sister to pray for our lunch.
Okay, may we humble ourselves for a short prayer? Father, we want to give thanks to you. We want to thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of opportunity of us coming together to share an important event that is meant to preserve and conserve our culture. It's high time that we go put something in our stomachs to give us energy to listen to the presentations and be live. As we go have lunch, may you come and bless us, bless the hands that are prepared. But above all, let us have it with grace to share more knowledge and information in this event. We thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Amen. Because we are hungry.
Lunch is at the restaurant. Yes. The restaurant behind the theater. It is called what? Plaza. Just go around the building up. Yeah, because we even have the online presence. If you happen to delay, just join in online, and we keep following. Yeah.
Okay.
butu, butu, chikole butu, tabula dagala mubisu butu, tunula mufometa moma dokta, kamata fomite daga. Twazuze bulungi, zero distance, no wange. Kiss and pecs mubungi, all over her body. Omuliro no lutiko tiko, love romantic amanyi manji. Kasukali no munyo, oh mibungi. Iya emubiri satunya, kutano baka mukaga. Usawa emubiri satunya, kutano baka mukaga. She's the woman of my fantasy. Love emergency. Control, control, 'cause I'm losing control. Muro, turo, muma tumbi echiro. I'm losing control. Muro turo, oturo, muma tumbi echiro. Control, control, 'cause I'm losing control. Muro turo, oturo, 'cause I'm losing control.
Michael, we can hear you very loud and clear. Thank you so much. Know whether it is on your side.
All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see the screen now.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm thinking it's afternoon over there. Happy to connect with you all. My name is Michael Osegale, and I work at the UNC Shillong Museum of Arts. It's a unit of the Pan Atlantic University in Lagos, Nigeria. So I'll be giving a little talk. I'll try and make it as brief as possible. On museum digital media and handling public expectations. Just a brief summary of myself. Like I said, I work at the MC Shillong Museum of Art. My experiences basically have been in both the visual and performing art space. Also, in that time, one of the things that I was really, especially within the performing art, was creating theatrical experiences and digitizing these experiences. So, coming to the museum, one of the first departments that I had to build up was the communications department. I've been with the museum from inception in 2019, so yeah, it's been 5 years working at the museum. We have some progress. So I'll just give an overview of what we'll be talking about today. The first thing is that we'll talk about digital transformation in museums, basically the evolution from traditional to digital experiences and the drivers of these changes. Also, we'll talk about understanding the expectations of our audiences. We also look at the strategies for meeting these expectations. In a nutshell, these are the two things that we'll be looking at. And I'll be using the MC Shillong Museum of Art as a case study. Like I said earlier on, we are a unit of the Pan-Atlantic University, which is a private university here in Lagos. Basically, the museum came up as a donation of Prince MC Shillong, who was perhaps Africa's biggest art collector. He donated a collection of about 1,000 works from his collection, which is over 7,000 in size, to the Pan-Atlantic University. And then he also offered to give some money to build the museum and to sustain it for some time. So when this agreement was reached, the first thing that the university had to look at was the fact that we do not have an arts department. So it's an autonomous unit because it's not attached to any department of the university. So how do we make this museum work? And we had to really, define our mission. Who are we as a museum? What do we want to do? And we had to look at how we want to engage. Are we going to be a collection-centered museum that is focused on the artworks, or will it be an artist-centered museum that's focused on the artist, or will we be an audience-centered museum that's focused on the audience? And we chose the latter. We chose the third option. So we are pretty much, we are very much, actually not pretty much, very much an audience-centered museum. And our goal is to advance knowledge about art, and then advance knowledge about a diverse range of issues through art, using our collection, our exhibitions, our programming, and through effective communication. So in 2019, we set out on this mission, and we tried to set up our first exhibition. We were able to open that exhibition in October of 2019. This ran through to February of 2020, and then COVID struck. This was a shocker for everyone. For a museum that was less than a year old, or barely 6 months old when COVID struck. We were still trying to build our physical engagement at the time. Also, I have to mention that the James Shiller Museum of Art is not situated in the center of town like you have most museums. So we can't exactly call the YSM the quote-unquote community center. We are not situated in the center of town, and so we have to put in extra work to even do physical engagement at the museum. And then COVID happened, so we were really in the deep with this. During the lockdown, what we had to do then was to basically revise completely our strategic plan for the next 5 years, which is ending this year actually. And one of the things that we looked at, in fact, the top of that of our strategy, the top objective of our strategy was engagement. Our top priority for strategy was engagement. How do we engage our audiences? Look at the predicament that we are facing right now. With what we are seeing with COVID, we have no idea when we are going to get back to physical visits at the museum. So we had to devise a plan, and that was when the museum, the management of the museum, basically started to draw up its plan for digitization. So the first thing that we wanted to do in this digitization initiative was first to digitize the museum's collection itself. And for this, we did two things. First of all, we went into a partnership with Google Arts and Culture. At the time, this was not a very popular decision. At the time, a lot of museums were actually refraining from this kind of collaboration with Google Arts and Culture. But we didn't see it that way. We didn't see what other museums were seeing anyway. Where they saw problems, we saw an opportunity to reach more people through a platform that had the reach that we wanted. We were just trying to build up a reach anyway. So for us, we didn't see any losses there. We didn't see any transfer of intellectual property or intellectual rights. It's well stated in our contract that we are still in 100% ownership of all our works, and so we didn't see any problems there. We went into this. So the first thing we did was first digitize the collection, and then the next thing to do after that was to try to develop stories using this collection. Yes, so basically this was the first objective of our display and exhibition design. We had to make them digital during the period because we're leaving our audiences without content. Of course, in this age, we all know that content is king. So it was important for us to do that. The next thing that we wanted to do in terms of transforming the museum digitally was with documentation. And by documentation, part of it also is with even digitizing the collections with the images themselves that we wanted to capture. But more importantly, with documentation also was managing our inventory. That we had to develop a fully digitized and automated system for managing our inventory. Now we looked up all of the materials that we could find online that we needed to, licenses that we needed to purchase and things like that. And at the time, we just couldn't afford it. We couldn't afford these different software. And so what we did instead at the museum was use the most basic tool, Microsoft Excel. Basically just use that to document the entire collection, which we had just received from the CMC Shillong on a very simple file. We had to basically partition this entire collection and try and make it accessible through the museum's website, through the back end of the museum's website. So so that was part of the work also that we did during COVID in order to make this collection, first of all, accessible, and then accessible to our audiences and also to all members of the team on the back end for our engagements. I've already spoken a little bit about inventory management. The next thing also we looked at was payments. When we're talking about digitization for the most part, we mostly only think of visitor experiences. But digitization involves a lot more than that. And during COVID, we really figured out that we learned this the hard way. basically, because cash was no longer accepted during that period. All payments had to be done digitally, either by transfer or by the point of sales machines and things like that, ATM cards. And so when we opened at the museum, we had no arrangements for any digital forms of payments. If you weren't paying via, paying cash or paying via bank transfer at the most, then there was nothing else that we could do to help. And so with payments, we had to start looking at all the different options. We had to work with Paystack. Paystack is the payment platform for, it's like a Stripe, basically, in Africa. So we worked with Paystack to set up a platform where we could have payments coming for both visitors, for membership subscription, and also for the museum shop. So we set that up, and then we also set up a point of sales terminal at the museum where visitors and other audiences could make payments as well. Okay, subscription is also covered by what I have just said. And then the other thing was stakeholder management. When we set up the museum at the time, we always engaged, again, now, first of all, let me even break down who the stakeholders are. Of course, our audiences, our visitors are one of our stakeholders. But then, internally also, the museum's governing council, the governing bodies. So we have two of them that interact with us very frequently during the year. One of the top of that is the Museum Supervisory Council, which is led by the Museum Shilo itself. And then the Museum's Advisory Board, which is basically consisted of businessmen, collectors, professionals, researchers, and people who generally help us in terms of advocacy and fundraising and of course, advice itself in an advisory board on how to better manage the museum. So we had to find different ways to engage them. The first 4 meetings we held in these different bodies were all done physically. We had to find a new way to engage, and that was where Zoom came to the rescue. We had to start having all our meetings virtually as well, which I'm sure everyone is doing now. But yeah, trust me, it was a struggle at the time when we started. What was the reason for this change? The main thing that caused this change was COVID. And that was the first catalyst for this. But as we went further during the strategic plan, especially when we were revisiting our strategic plan for the museum, we saw that yes, COVID may have catalyzed this whole transformation that was happening, but it was not the most important thing anymore. The most important thing for us was we saw that yes, we have started this transformation journey of digitizing everything, digitizing all our processes. But we also saw that it was important for us to be able to reach our audiences where they are, because they were actually very physically far from us. And at the time we started the museum, we were not really thinking of that. We were thinking of ourselves, the museum, what we want to do, what we want to show them, what we want them to see, what we want them to experience. We're not really thinking of what our audiences needed. So COVID catalyzed it, but then it also turned our minds in the direction of our audiences, and we became even more aligned with our mission of being an audience-centered museum in ways that we weren't before COVID happened. One of the tools that we used to try and drive this change was social media. I spoke earlier about, in the previous slide, I spoke about documentation. There was something I didn't touch. One of the things that we used during this period to engage our audiences, we created art information sheets. Right? So these are like what academic people has. They are basically more text-loaded documents that contain information on different works from the museum's collection. So sometimes they are focused on the work in the collection, sometimes they are focused on an artist whose work is within our collection. And it was a way to engage our audiences during the COVID period. Of course, this has continued even to date, but even then it was more pressing to do that. And so we continue to develop this document once every month, upload on the museum's website, and then announce through social media, through our digital, through our email marketing, and all of those other platforms. So, we continue to shoot this out to our audiences over the past couple of months to get them to engage the museum's collection just a little bit more. Social media we had to develop initiatives. At the time, we had 2 interns who were really, really social media savvy, and they worked a lot in developing content for the museum, really in terms of imagery and storytelling, in ways that we would not have thought of had we kicked off the museum for, let's say, the next 2 to 3 years with physical engagement only. So we had to really resort to a lot of storytelling on social media and aligning with current events at the time as well, associating with people who had lost their lives and other social events that happened. At that time, I think later in that year, I think in October 2020, you all may have heard of it now, the Lekki Tollgate massacre that happened in Lagos State, where a couple of protesters were shot dead by the government. Yeah, so it was those were avenues for us to really connect with our audiences and continue to show that we are not even show that, to continue to be part of the society that we are in, because that is what the museum is supposed to be, part of the society that we're situated in. So we continue to insert ourselves more using social media. In terms of display, something else that we worked on was we adopted virtual reality during that period. So we were able to use it during that period to engage our audiences and to help them learn about the exhibition. This was interesting because what we saw was that after COVID, this online engagement so Google has a virtual platform. Now, for augmented reality, we also used augmented reality, but also to a very limited degree. We are lucky to be within a university where we have a school of media and communication. So one of the things that we are able to do is to work with university students to develop, to use apps, different applications to enhance our collection and enhance our engagement. So this has been very successful. I will show an example of some of the things that we have done. First of all, with virtual reality, and then with augmented reality as well. The online exhibitions we put them through our website, so just give us this. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Hello, Michael, we have lost your screen.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
So, by the way, this is the museum, and you just happen to be looking at take it in along. Are you all satisfied now? We can move. All right. So, this give me a second. Yeah, so this is basically a virtual tour of our current exhibition, no, of our exhibition at the time at the YSMA. Um, this was Mirroring Man. Mirroring Man was the name of this particular exhibition. And then there was Materiality in Nigerian Art, basically the other floor. So, okay, so we don't waste time here. So we don't waste time here. We can move to something else. But let me show you that of the how we used one example of augmented reality that we use in social media. Can you all hear me? And can you all see the screen? So basically with this, we took, please let me know if you see this image singing.
Yes, we can see the image. Is it the one dancing and singing? We're just wondering.
Basically, what we're trying to do, we're working on an exhibition on women artists in Nigeria. Basically, we opened that in 2021, and yeah, we set up that exhibition. This was actually the work of an intern. She told us of this application, this AI application that we could use to basically engage our audiences better. That particular post was a hit on Instagram. I don't think I need to tell you that it was really interesting. And then we have done little things like this all around, all around our space since then. Yes, that's one of the ways that we have used augmented reality in our displays. Let me get back to sharing my slides. Just give me a second. Okay, can you all see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me jump to the next thing. Okay, good. So now we're looking at the audience expectations. So all of these things that we did did not just drop from the sky. They were thought out. They were thought out, and we had to find out what our audiences wanted, and from there we moved on. So prior to the museum, I had never engaged virtual reality in any way, and I never engaged augmented reality in any way. I never participated in creating an online exhibition or nothing like that. My greatest strength was in using websites and social media and YouTube. But we had two interns who were really, they were, I know now everybody says Gen Z, Gen Z, Gen Z. Yeah, but they were Gen Z, really young. I don't want to focus on the generation that they come from. Just that these ladies were very young, intelligent, forward-thinking, and energetic. And so they gave us a lot of sound advice. They introduced us to using augmented reality, introduced us to using virtual reality. And so we let them run. We saw their drive. Like, look, these ladies could help us in ways that we probably couldn't help ourselves if we wanted to. And so we got a lot of feedback from them. So a lot of research went into the things that we started to create. First of all, our first point of research, trying to understand what our audiences want. Now, we need to understand something. Our audience section for museum are young people, from young to middle-aged people. So we're looking at the ages of 18 to 45 years. Those are our target audience at the museum. And so these people were taking care, these interns were helping us take care of the age brackets that we were not conversant with. I was more conversant, and the museum director as well, more conversant with the 30 to 45-year-olds. Under 30s to 18, we were not very conversant with them. So these two interns really helped us with that part. Of course, since then we have gone on to do even more market research, audience research, getting feedback from our audiences, and trying to understand exactly what they need. All of that, what I have seen, personal experience, I'm currently doing an MBA at the business school. And even for my last last marketing exam, I had to develop market research for the museum. And the expectations of our audiences have not changed. We want to enjoy themselves. We want to be entertained. Contrary to what we think as museums, we want to learn. They're not interested in that. At least not where I am. They just want to enjoy themselves. They want to have fun. They want to have the same kind of fun they get going to the cinema, going to a movie stage. They want to have the same kind of fun. So it's our job as museums basically to find ways to sometimes it's activities that we as a museum have to develop ourselves, whatever the case take its time. And so they feel even more, part of the community to what they do. And of course, just the joy of seeing all their work, instead of social media, the museum's website, this guy did this guy's had an auto-based learning workshop, and stuff like that in the museum. Yes, it's always fun for them to watch that. And then, of course, yeah, we can talk about all this good stuff and all of these sweet things that we. Sorry, I'm being very fast. I'm trying to speed it. So, all of these things that we have spoken about, yes, we have done this and that, and created AR and VR and online exhibitions and virtual tournaments, great stuff. They are not come without the ends. One of them is that we have to constantly find ways to balance traditional and virtual experiences. Because what success that we were having with digital engagement. I must confess that we started to slack on the while that is interesting, while that is nice for younger demographic for our target audience, it's not that attractive to our audiences. One of our auditors a lot for what so we slacked in that regard, realized that I had to step up. So we did that engage there. We also realized that we need a lot of students and storytelling the impact on social media, and then very little for our email market, for our email newsletters. We didn't do enough in that regard, and our older audiences engage with us more through our newsletters. And so we had to become very deliberate about finding what are the different. We're largely influenced in this because we had a lot of young people at the museum. Besides the museum director, who is over 60, from myself down, the average age at the museum is about 25 years old. It's a really, really young team. And so we started to neglect our seniors. And so, we had to give ourselves a reality check. Now we are more balanced in terms of engaging the different segments of our target audience. Yeah, these are some of the challenges that we encountered of course, along this journey. We're still encountering to this day, just continue to tweak and work around these problems. I spoke about availability of resources because that's also a thing. A lot of these applications are either licensed, by a large subscription fee, or even if it's a one-off purchase, it's expensive. We all live and work in Africa. This is why I can't use any examples from outside of the African continent. I don't think it was realistic for us to be putting examples of the engagement that we are having in the British Museum. Those are not very realistic in that context. But yes, for future trends, we are looking at artificial intelligence. So this is something that we have not yet used at the museum. But it will be interesting to use artificial intelligence. With what we are already seeing with different applications of AI, it's not impossible that one day there will be an application that will help a visitor analyze an artwork. A visitor who knows nothing about art will basically get on an app, point the phone at an artwork. App basically starts to help give his own aesthetic opinion, not to teach the visitor about the work or something, but to help the visitor to understand at least spark off the ability to think critically and engaging with it. That would be a very useful use of artificial intelligence for museums. Please, if you have any of such things you're going to let me know about it, I'll be happy to learn from you. But I'm not doing that yet. Yes, that's a possibility. It would be useful. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm currently doing an MBA, and we're giving some coursework to do about a month ago. The possible applications of blockchain technology. So this one is still fresh in my head, and I've been thinking about this personally for a while, how we can adopt some of these possibilities that blockchain provides. Not just in terms of being able to place artworks on some kind of ledger that's authenticate it and can protect it, and red trade can happen, because for us as a museum, we do not sell artworks. So that's not what important is for us. But can it help us in properly protecting the works in terms of their documentation, in terms of keeping proper records of inflow and outflow of these works, and accessioning of these artworks? Yes, perhaps. We've got this strides with blockchain technology. Also, many more things which, in terms of not just in terms of inventory management, but even in terms of display as well, digital display. Then, okay, to conclude, we're already at the end of this. In terms of display, in terms of audience engagement, we need to understand that digital museum experiences are not a failure. They are not. They are different. That's all that they are. Like they say, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Really, the experience is in the eye of the beholder. It's much like the way we engage music. Some songs we like to listen to headphones. Some songs we like to listen to speakers. Some songs we enjoy them best when we go to TV live. They are all different experiences. No one is inferior to the other. It's a matter of taste. And so we should, if we are going to be as inclusive as we want to be, we have to be able to accommodate these tastes. But we have to accommodate them at a rate that is sustainable. In terms of cost, in terms of maintenance, in terms of accessibility of the tools, we have to do it at a rate that is sustainable for us during our particular circumstances. That is what we are trying. That's what we are always saying. So at the end, we will not start what we cannot finish. We will not start things and go through to the end until it's halfway. But yeah, it's able to sustain operations. And as we continue to learn, from each other. And here I mentioned, I put a particular emphasis on young people. I say young people because for the most part, most of us who are museum professionals, we do not think that, especially those from Gen Z down, we do not see them as museum thoroughbreds. We're not brought up with the museum culture. Being taken to museums and things like that. Being on screens all their lives, things like that. These people are the future. And we need to really invite their opinions as to how we can move forward. Because the museum is not for the museum professional. The museum is not for the director. No, the museum is for the audience. These are a part of the audience, an important part of the audience, I would say. So we have to keep learning from each other, learning from young people especially, and just basically continuous development from professionals like yourselves, like what is this platform that we're engaging ourselves on now is really helpful as we continue to learn from each other. Yes, the last one is that we must not use every tool and every medium in the box. This is so important. This is what is necessary. There will not, I don't think that Facebook, Twitter, Instagram are going to be the last of social media apps for using social media as an example. I don't think that these are going to be the last applications to come. Now we have TikTok. There will probably be boom back next 2 years for some people. There will be applications coming out of the woodworks all the time. We have to select what is necessary for us. What is your strategy as a museum, first of all? What do you want to do with your museum? How do you want to engage your audience? And then find out the appropriate tools, digital tools to engage them with. We can't be everywhere, also be stretched in 1,000 different directions. For us at the YSA, we have a very small team. We have a small team of just 6 people. Sorry, 6.5 people. And the museum director is the half because we can't afford to keep him full time. So it's a small team of 6.5 people. And so we cannot use every tool in the box even if we wanted to. And that is not our goal. What we are trying to be is efficient. Trying to be as efficient as possible. Efficient with our initiatives, with our strategies, with our execution.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was a very, very beautiful presentation. Already we have Rebecca, and we have occupied our time for about 10 minutes, actually about 17 minutes. Do the online community hear me well? Let me get someone online. Hannah, can you hear me? Okay, Michael, are you hearing me now? Okay. Yeah, I was saying that Rebecca is already on and we have a little bit of time, but that's okay. I will take on 2 questions for Michael, and then after other questions, I'll just follow them up with Michael. I'll send a text. Possibly Michael can share your email, or I'll share the email address. You can share the email to the online community, then I'll share the email to these guys for the other more questions that they may have for you. Here I have, let me get 2. Okay, 3. 1 question here, 2 questions here, and then 1 question online. Do we have any hand up? Not yet. Okay.
Thank you, Michael, for that very engaging, very insightful presentation. I think Nigeria is definitely way ahead of Uganda in terms of digitizing museums and heritage sites. So my question to you specifically is, how are you able to monetize these digital experiences, right? How are you able to make them sustainable? Because with the offline experience, I go to the museum, there's probably an entry fee of sorts, right? But when this experience is brought online, how are you able to extract value out of it? So yes, I hope my question is clear. I'm already following you on Twitter, so hopefully we shall have this conversation going forward. Thank you.
Okay, I hope Michael has gotten that. We are not seeing Michael here. Let me also take on the other one, such that you can answer them at once.
Thank you, Michael. My question is quite related to what the gentleman asked, how to get the value for money from digitizing your museum component. But however, I would like to make it, after digitizing, have you got a response more important than the physical visit at the museum? I'm sorry that the same question he asked, but I'm adding on that in relation to the physical visit to the museum, how has digitizing affected your value for the city? And because when you have exhibitions, come and pay for that. Maybe on the lighter note as well. Come again? Hello? Actually, maybe to add on that. Yes, please. I said my question is related to what the first gentleman asked. The digital, how do you get the value, the monetary value from the digital exposure of the museum? Now, I'm adding on and saying, how do you relate the digital exposure and the physical visit where people come and pay for the museum? How has it affected your earnings? You get what I mean?
In terms of value, Michael, he's asking, in terms of value, where do you earn more? Is it on the online visitation or the physical? Because you've been there, you've been physically there, you've been online there. So which earns more in terms of that? Thank you. Maybe you can answer that and then we can move on to
if you state the figures, you can back those figures. And so it helps us to make a strong case for support and try to attract grants. One of the grants that we received, having about first the second exhibition we just opened on Saturday, was directly as a result of some engagement that we had last year, actually. So we have seen this firsthand. That while it does not give us direct cash and payments, it does increase our case for support in terms of sponsorships and grants. Now, to the second question, which adds more value to the museum? Is incredible amount of value. The truth is, even for people who do not understand some changes when the system changes. Audiences had our physical space has a lot of immense value in terms of not just in terms of audience engagement, but in terms of audience development. That is attracting new audiences. Some people have visited the museum just because they saw what the building looked like from the outside. And that is as a result of digital engagement as well. Now, for digital engagement, it also adds a lot of value, and I have spoken about that already a little bit, and it helps us to build a case for support in terms of sponsorships and grants. Even more than that, the fact that we have a strong digital presence also lets our audiences, especially the younger audiences, it almost gives them a sense of the fact that they are included, that they are part of this community, because we make a lot of efforts to approach our audiences virtually. And so, yes, that's also one way in which digital engagement has been able to add value for us. To say which has more value over the other, it's both. It's both. I do not downplay the importance of any one over the other. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. And yes, as we have agreed, I'll share your email to them in case of any other engagements and follow up and all these things. The online community, I'll ask you to share your email in the chat such that we can be able to also catch up well. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand clap for Michael. Yeah, we were with Michael in a program that ran for about 2 years, affected by COVID and all these things. But every time I meet Michael, I'm like, yeah, I'm proud of him. Thank you so much, Michael, always, and also accepting to cover our back when we need you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we have Rebecca Rees. And good evening, Rebecca. You are most welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for accepting to be with us this afternoon in Uganda. I know you've also entered afternoon, I think. And also accepting to work on short notice. But we are proud that we have you, and the floor is yours. Inside here, we have about 35 people. And online, there were about 20-something. So you have an audience of about 70 or something. 60 or 70 something. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so hi everyone. Like I said, my name's Rebecca Rees. I'm the Digital Communications Assistant at the Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology in Cambridge. I will be giving visual descriptions during this talk. So I'm a white woman with curly blondish hair, wearing glasses and a navy dress with white dots. Photo on the screen. we've got 2 collections assistants lifting a pottery vessel from a long crate within our Centre for Material Culture, which is one of our off-site stores. And in the foreground, the phone is filming them. So just a bit of background context. I've been with the MAA, which is what we call it, for just over a year. Prior to that, I've been working for about 8 years at a small local history museum and also for a local heritage organisation near where I live. So I've come from very small team to the MAA, which I was quite surprised when I joined was described as a small museum, considering it's got a lot more staff than I'm used to. When it comes to digital engagement, I know it says assistant in my job title, but it's pretty much just me. I do the social media and everything for the museum. So with that, we will just move on to what is the Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology. So the picture we've got is the Andrews Gallery at the museum, and in the centre of the room you've got a balustrade, because this gallery actually opens into the gallery below, and there's a totem pole which rises through the floor to the ceiling above, and the walls are actually decorated with a mural and graffiti as part of an ongoing project. So as I've said, we're located in Cambridge, and our museum is essentially a museum of humanities history over hundreds of thousands of years. And we explore world cultures over recent centuries, as well as celebrating Indigenous life and art in the present. We also do local history as well. So this is particularly topical because we've got a current temporary exhibition is Beneath Our Feet, Archaeology of the Cambridge region. So the museum itself sits within the University of Cambridge. We're one of 8 museums that come under its umbrella, and they range in size. We're kind of like a mid-size one. You've got the Fitzwilliam, which is the biggest, and the one that most people have heard of. So what digital media have we got? Well, one of the main things we've got is our website. So we've got the photo description here. It's our website's homepage. It features our logo of 2 carved figures holding hands. We've got a banner publicising the digital lab, more about that later, with a gilt figure holding a baby and an image of a family group visiting the museum. So this is our main website. It's a standard template for across the University of Cambridge. There are some museums, again like the Fitzwilliam, where they have got their own separate website. We come in and use this template one, which has its pros because there are training videos available for how to do and use this website, which is really useful. I find it incredibly useful when I started off, but I was able to watch these videos and learn quite quickly how to get to grips with this new format. We also have the university's IT support department, which I also didn't have in my previous job. The previous job's websites were all hosted by external companies, and trying to get through to them when you have an issue was problematic, to say it mildly. So yeah, it is really good to have that kind of backup. Obviously there are cons. We are restricted by the template. It can be a bit clunky at times. With what we've actually got on the screen there, tracking research actually showed that visitors like to see images with faces. So when we are kind of creating visitor-related content on the website, we will try and make sure that we use images of happy faces with a variety of ages, because we know that appeals to the audience. Looking at our analytics, we know that the visit pages, the what's on and collections are some of the most viewed pages on this website. And also websites like Visit Cambridge rank very highly in traffic referrals. So we've obviously got a lot of people who are say, tourists to Cambridge. I mean, Cambridge is quite a touristy city anyway, and they're looking at what to do, and then they're getting directed onto us through things like Visit Cambridge. It's really important for us to keep the website updated regularly, which is one of the things I do, because we're an old building. You're going to get the cases where the toilets are not working, the lift's out of order, something like that, and we need to make sure that our visitors are aware of that. It's obviously shared on social media as well, but we've got to make sure the website is updated too. We do actually have two other websites though. So we've got, my photo description is we've got the collections website on the right, which again has two figures holding hands logo and the word objects over a pattern carved into wood. And we have the image of the digital lab, which is the blog website with the MAA logo and three of the most recent blog posts, which relate to the return of the Guigal spears, pieces of stone from Hull, and a cocoa bag. So starting with the collections database, so this is essentially the online collections database that members of the public can access. They can search it. It's constantly being updated through the work of our staff, particularly the Stores Move project, which I will come back to later, and the photography department. So they're constantly updating the records with new information and also adding images as well. That's a really big part of it, adding the images. And what we have actually found is it's really useful for researchers who can't visit the museum. They can access the collections, they can look at what we've got and what we're caring for. But it is also increasing the number of research visitors we actually get coming to the museum. They'll be looking at online, but you can't really beat actually looking at objects in person. So as a knock-on effect, it has increased the research visits that we receive with our three departments, which are the archaeology, anthropology, and the photographic collections. This website, I should also say, is also hosted on the University of Cambridge. Unlike the Digital Lab, which is our blog, it's our blog and it's also our platform for online exhibitions. And it really helps us to diversify the voices who tell stories relating to our collections. We're trying to encourage a wider variety of people to contribute to it. So, for example, we've got members of staff. They're either sharing their ongoing research or they're using it as an opportunity to explore areas that are not usually connected to their role. So we've got a front of house team, and one of the members of staff there is a bit of an expert on music. So he actually wrote a post about musical instruments that we care for. We've also had visiting researchers, I mentioned before, write posts about their visit, about what they're researching. Write posts. Volunteers as well have got involved. So yeah, if any of you ever want to interact with us, then please get in contact with us to work on you. We're always looking for new contributors. Going on to our social media, so this is the images of the logos of the platforms we're on. So from left to right, we've got Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, LinkedIn, Threads, and Instagram. We do also have TikTok and YouTube, but we're not active on those. TikTok we've mainly got so that we have the handle, so that no one else can kind of come in and pretend to be us. So we've got that, and it's on my to-do list to actually develop TikTok further, which, because we're quite keen to grow our younger audience. So when it comes to the audiences on these platforms, Facebook still has our largest audience, whereas LinkedIn actually has our fastest growing audience. Just a few kind of statistics for anyone who's interested. Over 60% of our audience on Facebook and Instagram are women. The main age demographic on Facebook is about 35 to 44, which compares to 25 to 34 on Instagram. So as I said, younger audience are really a target area of growth for us, which is what we're hoping that doing something on TikTok will help us achieve. But as I mentioned previously, it is just me creating content, and I'm incredibly busy. So it's on the to-do list, shall we say. So we're just going to have a look at our audiences now. So this is going to be quite a long photo description. We've got 8 images with subtitles representing some of our online audiences. And I do emphasise this is just some of them. So for families, we've got a woman with a small child looking up in the museum galleries. Subject specialists have a crochet artwork in a rainbow of colours. Researchers shows a visiting researcher looking at objects alongside one of our collections managers. Museum professionals shows one of my colleagues standing in the Andrews Gallery with the totem pole behind her. Visitors to Cambridge shows the kind of quite iconic King's College from across the river. Schools has a child in uniform holding a clipboard and putting it into a display case. Other institutions shows a timber frame building, and students shows someone with a sketch pad in the galleries. So we're just going to kind of quickly run through some of these audiences. So families, we find mainly on our Facebook profile, and they're most interested in things like events and promotion around the museum being a low-cost outing, because we don't charge for admission into the museum. It is free. Specialist subjects are people who are interested in things such as historic crafts, so they wouldn't consider themselves researchers, but they have that interest. So they're going to be quite interested in our content around embroidery. So I do kind of a regular textiles post, and when embroidery comes up, that's usually something people get quite interested in. Researchers, this can be academics, but it's also non-academics as well, and we've had people in who just, they have maybe a blog, they want to write, they're interested in particular objects, they just want to see them in person or research them further. And they're usually found on X and LinkedIn, but they do occasionally pop up on some of our other platforms too. Museum professionals are people like you and me, so we work in the sector, and if you're anything like me, you really enjoy visiting other sites and museums in your free time, so you probably follow some institutions on your personal account. So visitors to Cambridge, so these are people who are mainly using our website, but then they're using things like Facebook and Instagram as well, not just to engage with the content that we're creating, but also to create it themselves. So for example, if they'll take some photos of the galleries or objects during their visit, they'll then share them online, they'll tag us. So it's a really good source of feedback. It's also a good chance for us to potentially share some of that content and go, look, this is what other people are enjoying about visiting the museum, and kind of the implication being, why don't you come and visit us too? Schools, again, they're mainly engaging with our website, but they also have been known to create content as well when they share images of their visits. So again, those are really nice ones to be able to reshare and also provide kind of positive feedback to kind of give to other members of the team to kind of go, look, they really enjoyed the session that you delivered. Here's the lovely things they've been saying about you, which is always nice to be able to share with colleagues. So other institutions, again, these are across all platforms, and they can be really, really supportive. with things like liking, sharing, and commenting on content, because the people behind those accounts are just like me. They know how important it is to get that kind of engagement, so they're usually quite happy to help you along and share things. We're quite lucky within the University of Cambridge, because there are these 8 other museums, so we're always kind of like making sure that we're engaging with each other's content, we're sharing it. In fact, we've even got an overarching umbrella organisation called the University of Cambridge Museums, which again just creates content relating to all the sites and the Botanic Gardens. So that's really useful. And then students, again, this is the area that we'd really like to go. We know they physically visit the museum, we see them around, but they're not as active as we would like with engagements. So they are an audience that we want to grow further. There we are. Okay, so then we've got photo description here is we've got a series of speech bubbles, each containing a hashtag. So when it comes to engaging with our audience, some of the things that we need to bear in mind, that it's when it's appropriate, we try to respond to or react to forward comments on our content. There are some exceptions, so we can sometimes receive, the occasional person being rather unpleasant on online platforms. I mean, if it's a valid kind of, this is something you can do to improve, then we're more than happy to engage and acknowledge that. But if it's just someone being unpleasant, then our general policy is that we don't engage with that. But also, it's important to listen to people telling us what they enjoy about our content, so that we know that we can replicate it without oversaturating. We also try to respond promptly to direct messages and reviews. So that could be reviews on Facebook. There are also Google reviews as well. It's also useful just to monitor them anyway, because you get spam reviews as well. Some really peculiar ones actually, so it's good to kind of keep on top of deleting those and blocking those. And then also prioritising accessibility through language. So one of the things about our social media accounts is, social media in general, with many institutions, they take quite a light-hearted tone. Because of the nature of some of the collections and objects that we care for, that's not always appropriate. So our tone of voice on our social media channels is a lot more formal than you would probably find in many places. But we're trying not to make it overly complicated and use language that's going to alienate people, where they feel like they need the dictionary to work out what we're trying to say. We also try and use alt text with all our images, and provide video descriptions in the body of a post as well. And also, what we do is we capitalise the first letter of each new word in hashtags, as you'll see in the examples here, and that just makes it easier for people who are using screen readers. So the Stores Move, which I mentioned earlier, it's a project moving our off-site collections to a new central off-site store, which is the Centre for Material Culture. That started in 2020, literally just before the pandemic started, so that was not the best timing. But things like Reels do very well with this, so we've had things like hyperlapses of collections assistants unpacking a crate. Just like the photo we started off with, just kind of filming them in a hyperlapse. It's a very, very short, ends up being a very, very short video, and it gets a lot of engagement. Again, Instagram's a good one for that, but it generally does well across all platforms. Mystery objects, also quite popular, and they're also a very good opportunity for encouraging audience comments and engagements like that. So we recently had kind of a long gold spiral object, which looked like it could be worn on someone's arm, but it was sealed at both ends, which would have made that physically impossible. So we're still not entirely sure what exactly it is. So the most popular suggestion that came up across platforms was that it was the Iron Age equivalent of a slinky. That was one of the politer ones as well. We did get some quite interesting other suggestions. Also going to the kind of the reels and video content, we've recently done interviews with volunteers, because it was National Volunteers Week last month, I think it was. So we did kind of relatively short little videos of a couple of volunteers in the gallery talking about their favourite objects, which has done very well, and it's on my to-do list to create more content like that. Also sharing success stories. So for example, last year the photographic collections team catalogued and digitalised over 17,500 images from the Poignant collection, photographic collection. And then this year the Stores Move team celebrated processing their 250,000th object. So then they were very good opportunities to celebrate the work that the team does, share this with the public so they know what's going on with these kind of projects. You know, make these projects or these collections more visible to people, point them to the online collections database if they want to explore things further. And then also there's the posts that do well that surprise you. So most recently there was one relating to a smock, which if you don't know what that is, it's a kind of like a tunical dress-like garment which is worn by agricultural labourers and kind of creates the effect of elastic in a pre-elastic society. Fabric was kind of concertinaed together and stitched over at the chest and cuffs, which can create some quite incredible variety of patterns. But it's just to remind you things that you don't maybe think will do really well surprise you and do. Other things in the reverse that you think are going to be absolutely amazing and do super well, for whatever reason, land flat. There was a post that I did about a bat god sculpture pot, I think from South America, which I thought was absolutely adorable. I thought this is going to be wonderful. Everyone's going to love this. They're going to go crazy. Barely anything. So yeah, that's the moral of the story. Social media, it can always surprise you. Another kind of thing that we do is we often get involved in Facebook community groups. So this first one is an example of something that one of my colleagues, the photographic assistant, got involved with, where this image was shared, or was one of several images shared on a Facebook group for historic photographs of Papua New Guinea. And as you'll see, it did very, very well on there and generated a lot of information for an image that just basically had a basic description of a Jeep driving over a gorge. That was literally all we had for it. And we came away with details about the car, or Jeep, sorry, and suggestions of possible locations, people sharing their memories of seeing kind of similar vehicles and things like that. So it really generated a brilliant conversation online. We're also a member of a residence group. So I mentioned the Central Material Culture. This is the off-site store. It's a converted nuclear bunker in the middle of a residential estate in Cambridge. So we are able to communicate directly with this resident group, which helps us integrate into that community because we are now part of it. And it also helps us to facilitate hosting special residents-only events at we call it the CMC. This is the Centre for Material Culture, which again, it's really, really lovely to do. These are collections which are in store, so it opens them up to this local community, and we're hoping to be able, once everything is completed, we're hoping to be able to open that centre up more widely, but for now we're able to do these community events like that, which is really, really nice. So current plan for trying to increase engagement. So our photo here is a screenshot of an Instagram story that I put up recently. of a pottery figure that I think looks a bit like a pig. The text on it reads, we think this little figure is absolutely adorable, and the poll below asks the audience to think about what they think this object might be depicting, whether it's a bear, pig, or a porcupine. So one of the things that we are doing is we are using Instagram stories as a way to do that kind of more light-hearted engagement. You know, it's not asking anything too heavy of people, and it usually performs really well. So this is one of three that I put up. I think it was on Monday. It feels like it was long ago, but it was on Monday, I think. And yeah, and I think this one got 23, 26 responses, which is good. And again, it's an area that we're looking to increase engagement. We also are looking to implement more calls to action in our posts. So this can be things like asking people to comment below and tell us what they think, or to share memories. So a few months ago, we had an image that I shared of like kind of like one of those toy telephones. You usually see them with like tin can and a bit of string between, but this one was a gourd at either end. And that did really, really well with comments. With people kind of share, because we asked, people, did you play with things like this when you were a child? And we had a number of people responding, going, yes, we did. With tin cans, not gourds, but yeah, so that was really, really nice. One of the areas that kind of the museum in general wants to encourage is getting more link clicks. So things like the digital lab, we want more people to click through to read blog posts when we talk about them online. This is challenging, and it's an area, again, that we are trying various ways to increase, because the algorithms on these platforms don't like you trying to direct their audience off to a different platform. So they are not going to promote quite so highly stuff that's got links in it. So at the moment, I'm trialing putting links in the comments below to try and get around that. Or if it's on X, make it a thread, so there's not any link in the first post, but the next one will have the links in it. Just little cheats like that to see whether or not it will increase the number of clicks that we get. So yeah, photo description. We've got a carved wooden figure in one of the galleries raising its hand. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions? And if you want to follow us on social media, our handles are there below, and we've got the website links there as well.
Wow. Thank you so much, Rebecca. The feedback. Thank you so much, Rebecca. We have quite a number of questions I can see.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca, for that very, very insightful presentation. My name is David Okui. I'm interested in knowing how you're able to measure the return on investment on your digital campaign. Like, for example, how do you know how many people visited the museums as a result of your social media engagement and content? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good one. So
Okay, hope you're recording the questions. I will think you'll answer them at once. Is that okay?
So, yeah, how do we tell? So one of the things that we do is, as part of kind of funding for Arts Council England, we have to conduct visitor surveys. So that's often quite a good way of finding out sometimes how people have visited us. Also, front of house team will sometimes talk to people. So, for example, I did a post, it would have been January of this year, because it was relating to our museum shop. and they got these recycled sari handbags that were on sale because they'd been in stock for a rather long time and they needed shifting. I did a post highlighting it, that these were on sale across the channels, and they had a number of people coming in saying, oh, we've seen the post, you know, we're here to buy bags. So kind of conversations in front of house is always good. It's a difficult one to kind of gauge, but we do have kind of indications like that, which are always nice. And then, you know, you've got people sometimes saying in comments on posts going, so like relating to the temporary exhibition we've got up at the moment, when we've done stuff relating to that, we'll often have people go, oh, that looks really exciting, I must go and see that. I mean, we don't know whether they always follow up, but that's always a good indication as well. It's a tricky one, but those are a few ways that we find out. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, Rebecca, what we're going to do, we are going to take all the questions at once, and then you'll answer them. Okay.
Okay, my name is Bonnie, and thanks so much for the presentation. From your presentation, I've realized that it is quite an elaborate digital presence. I am wondering, is there a dedicated staff who manages all these digital channels? Because from the website to the social media platform, it takes time to develop this content, and to put it there and interact, engage with the audience needs a serious level of interaction. So is there that dedicated staff responsible for this online presence, or it is a voluntary staff who wishes to post something on behalf of the museum, just as and when the staff wishes? Thank you.
I can answer that one very quickly. It's just me. I do all the posting and scheduling.
It is just her. She does all the posting and the scheduling and all these things.
Yeah, updating the website. Yeah, that's me. There are people who can do it when I'm not there, but day to day it's me.
Hello, Rebecca. Thank you for your great presentation. I'm touched by one line on your museum, that is celebrating the indigenous life and art in the present. What are the key components of this celebration of indigenous life in the digital platform?
I think it's things when we celebrate, certainly like when we're sharing images of people, if they've got named people in them, we're going to mention if they're named. Or if we know who created an object, we'll make sure that they get named. We're very good at, well, I hope we're very good at making sure that we acknowledge who created them and acknowledging the skills that have gone into creating these kind of things. We also have a modern art collection as well, which contains a lot of indigenous art. So yeah, I mean, I want to do more with the indigenous art collection actually, for reminding me. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Rebecca. I think, do we have any online person who wants to ask any question? If we don't have, I'm going to ask Rebecca, possibly she'll share with us her presentation. And then if she allows, if there are any other follow-up questions, we can always engage and see how. There is a question online. Okay. There's a question in the chat, Rebecca, which says, how can we manage digital transition and culture diversity?
So, I mean, as I said, I've been this job for a year, so I came into it where most of the kind of infrastructure was already in place, if we're talking like transferring on to digital. And we have a very good IT team who deal with the kind of the background stuff like that. It's just, a lot of it is what you can actually manage, because I know that resources are tight. I said I was a deputy manager at a very small museum where social media content and whatever was a very, very small part of what I was doing, but I was also doing digitalization of images and, you know, wearing many, many hats. So it's basically what is feasible for your organization, because it takes time. You or volunteers have got to be trained up to do the work to a good, a good standard. When it comes to managing, which I hope that kind of answers the question. Cultural diversity on the digital. Again, this is the thing, because I have got these different departments within the museum. So you've got the archaeology, you've got the anthropology, you've got geography, and it's kind of making sure that I don't overshare kind of in like one area that I exclude others. And it's, I don't know if I'm sorry if I'm not answering your correct question quite as you were imagining. But it's just important to get as many different voices engaged as possible, which is why I think the Digital Lab is a really good platform, because we can get those external voices in. One thing that we're looking to do more with there is actually provide translations of content in the languages of the communities that we're actually writing about. We've got a couple of posts which are up in both English and Chinese, and that's an area that we would like to work more on. Does that answer the question? I hope it does.
Yeah, it's a bit complex. I had one question, which I would think will close the question session. Have you ever interfaced with any challenge in terms of bad feedback? For example, we have a very iconic object, I think Nathan talks about in the morning, which was to do with a sculpture, one of the masterpieces in the museum. It so happened that when we hosted the Da Vinci exhibition, this was organized by the Italian embassy. When they were moving the collection, somehow the sculpture flipped and fell down. But in flipping, it was kind of disorganizing an exhibition which was organized by the, okay, we shall say it had an attachment with the Americans. So we got a war online between the Americans and the Italians. And the museum was put in that crossfire where we didn't know exactly how to come out. And the best solution we took was to maintain our silence forever until until the battle ceased, because and at the nowadays I can say the way social media is how can I, which word can I use? The vibration of social media in Uganda is taking another direction that at times it is becoming even hard to communicate.
Yeah, okay, so the thing about social media is that sometimes things blow up on social media makes it feel like it's so much bigger than it actually is in reality. The other side of things is that, and I've lost my train of thought, but yeah, it's always a big concern. So one of the things I'm actually working on at the moment is like a crisis communications document for just this kind of eventuality. But again, what is really great for us is because we are actually part of the University of Cambridge, they have a essentially a media team who deal with liaising with the media, and they advise us on things. So basically, if something like that happened, we would contact them. This is not particularly useful, I'm sure, to quite a few of you, but what we would escalate it up. We would talk to the press team, go, this is the situation, this is what's happened. Essentially, we're then led by them as to how we deal with it, how we respond, whether we respond. If it's that kind of situation, it's then led by them. They take that kind of decision. Yeah, that's possibly not particularly helpful, but that's just one of the peculiarities of this particular museum.
Okay, thank you so much, Rebecca. I can see Joel is asking another question, but I'm going to ask Joel to continue more questions in the chat, such that you can maybe handle a few of them.
Yeah.
If you also don't mind, you will
email
also maybe share with those people how they can reach out to you, and we continue these conversations, because this journey is not something that we can complete today. Ladies and gentlemen, I want also to pass this token of appreciation to Rebecca. We concluded with Rebecca to share with us, I think, just a few days ago. And you see she has been so well at each, which is a confirmation that really she's doing this job almost every day. Thank you so much, Rebecca. And we are so proud of you. We are proud to know you. We promise to keep engaging and engaging. Where Rebecca is, it is where the collections that were brought back to Uganda. I won't say repatriation, because that returned, the collections that were returned to Uganda came from them. So someone asked a question, but I don't want to go there. Were they returned? Were they loaned? Were they restituted? Were they repatriated? Were they reparated? So all these terms are very mixing. Maybe in 1 minute you can share about that as the next presenter prepares.
I'm afraid that's one where I'm not at liberty to comment, and I have to refer to the university press department on that one.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rebecca. And I know everyone is happy and excited about your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand of applause to Rebecca. Today has been a little some marathon, because it is the first day and you saw the rain. But we promise tomorrow it's going to be a little free. And at this particular moment, we are going to have Malachi take through us what does it take to build what, Ipoti? Anyway, he will tell us, okay, how do we build these platforms to attain a following and all these things. But before he comes, I can see the mood has really deteriorated. We have some water here, but let me ask Emma to come and help us stretch a bit in 2 minutes, and then Malachi takes us on. That is why I called it a stretch, not an exercise.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. We are going to stretch, okay? Let's stand up. Will you kindly stand up? Even online participants, please stand up. Stretching is very easy. Make sure you have enough space between you and your neighbor so that you don't get problems with your neighbor. So, 2 minutes. We have started now. 1. So you're going to? I'm not sure whether we can go down and touch our feet. Just go back to the cross. And then the sky. And back to the 2 minutes out? Not yet. You can continue with what you want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to use much time. More so that a lot of things that I'm supposed to discuss were already discussed. My name is Malakai Kabare Moviru Muyinza. Pick the one you want to call me. They are all my names. I work with UBC, and I'm an archivist there. Since 2013, I've been there. I've been asked to discuss about the digital media, which entails community engagement, social media presence, content creation, management of social media platforms. So based on what we've been told before, I'm actually now going to help you establish yourself, isn't it? I'm going to help you establish yourself. You know, social media is a very, very wide topic. Actually, it holds a huge discussion. But most of the things that I'm going to discuss with you here, they are most of the things that will really make a good opener in your mind to venture out. All right. Can I have this, please? As I said, I'm not going to take much of your time because I can see people, their minds have already reached home. We are doing the. Can I have the slides, please? All right. Now that we've stretched, I'm very sure our minds are sharp, and I want to start with the best and very fast. So I need your utmost attention as we wait a little bit. All right. You can be saying hello to your neighbor. Do you know their name? Hey, because one of the factors that I'm going to mention includes network. Let's go to the next slide, please. Oh, they look so tiny. Can we make them a little bit big? Such that, so you've known your neighbor's name? Yeah, their workplace also, eh? The reason why they are here. You never know, you might leave the number of someone that will really be of good help to you. Eh? All right. Okay. Let's just go to slide number 2. Okay, they are really very tiny, but let me proceed. What is social media? This is the digital technology that allows the sharing of ideas and information, including text and visuals, through virtual networks and communities. I think that is so straightforward. It's a digital technology. That's why we have the applications. Eh? That is why we have the email addresses. It's more of an online activity, which happens in a virtual world through the networks and the communities that are not so physical, but virtual. Let's go to the next slide. I'm not going to take much. As I said, for us, we think of the applications like WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, but this whole idea of social media started in the early 1990s, in the middle there. 1990s, with a bit of with platforms like classmate.com and 6degrees.com. Classmate.com is actually still present up to now. If you can go to that slide. It helps you, it's more based in the US. It helps you connect with anyone you've studied with. It's more like of a school platform, eh? So you can find your hobbies, your OGs. Some people are asking questions. I'm not sure, did this person really study from this school? So, but that's still all social media, all right? Just trying to throw a quick, brief background. Then there is 6 degrees. This was more This one was more of like the digital platforms right now that we're interacting with, because you had to open up your account, then you connect with people online, share stories, feelings, and all that. The same way social media is happening, just that I think most of us were not engaged with these platforms by that time in the early 1990s. So that's just a brief background. So let's go to the examples of the social media platforms that we have. I tried to make a research about all their hierarchy and their performances right now, and the people that are really committed to them right now. For example, Facebook has, what's that? That's 3 billion, 30 million? 3 billion, 30 million, eh? YouTube, WhatsApp, and in their hierarchical sequencing. Now, this is so crucial and key, more so if you want to engage a certain sector or platform, audience, eh? Because it would do you no good. For example, here in Uganda, we are so much focused on, this is one of the highly working platform here in Uganda, WhatsApp, eh? But recently, when I was, actually earlier this year when I was in UK, I noticed these guys love Facebook so much that every single communication, you would miss it out. Yet for me, I think they would, if I would send them a WhatsApp, I expect them to respond quickly. But if I sent them a message or a post on Facebook, they would actually respond faster than the earlier message that I inboxed them in their WhatsApp page or in a group. So that when you're choosing which platform to focus on, make sure you also know the kind of audience you're targeting and which country they are in. All right? Okay, let's go to the next platform. Sorry, next slide. Yeah, it is called social media for a reason. All right? Point one, it creates human interaction. It involves people exchanging ideas, information, visuals, responses, feelings, etc. Two, network. People with different backgrounds meet and find things they have in common, learn new things, relate, and many other networking activities take place. Third point, if you miss, often absent, it shows. Social media doesn't lie. If your presence is not stable, is not regular, it will show. How will it show? Your followership, if it was high, it will fall. People will lose interest in your engagements. The next time you post, you will have very few responses, very few engagements. You post a question, you post a poll, people will not respond because you're not regular. You're absent. Your audience is losing out on you. But now, this is for those that have already built an audience. But if you're starting to build an audience and you're still not regular, surely I assure you, this thing does not require a miracle. You will fail miserably. Fourth point, it's a give and take. If you don't interact with others, they too will not interact with you. For example, I was on TikTok and I watched a certain video clip. It was really touching. I'm sure it was a young boy doing some good music, but a village kind of. So I shared this clip with someone in UK. This girl was like, get me that boy's contact such that I may help him out, all right? So I couldn't get the phone contact of the owner of the platform because that was TikTok, but I decided to comment and inbox them. This guy never responded at all until the guy abroad lost interest. So see, that is how it is. It's a give and take. You don't respond, you will not get something out of it. And your target will be nowhere to be achieved. Next slide, please. Yeah, when is it best to join or start or open an account? Now that I've showed you previously the few different platforms that we have, when is it best to open? I'm telling you right now, all right? But please, first wait for my presentation to end. Eh? I still need your attention. Eh? But it's right now. Don't wait for tomorrow. Because now, imagine, since morning, they've been telling you the relevance of social media, of how we are now digitizing these museums, how we are transforming and transitioning. And This is more like the topping on the ice cake, all right? This is it now for you to go ahead and open that platform, all right? Results are not overnight, okay? If you open right now, don't expect the following morning because you've just opened up your channel, posted something tonight, tomorrow you'll be having 1,000 views, 1,000 likes, 1,000 responses. No. Don't put your expectations high, but yes, miracles happen. Even Ozambe one time went to Kenya. We saw him over just a night. But don't count on that, all right? This is how things operate here in the social media fraternity. You have to build your audience over time and steadily, all right? Going viral is not a strategy. Yeah, you can go viral, but for a fact, let me tell you, this audience you will get will require you to maintain it, all right? So don't count on going viral as the strategy that when I open tonight, of course, I've told you to open. Now I know you're going to open. So you can't say that I'm going to open tonight and let me wait and get something so catchy and I post that. Yes, you may get something catchy and post that and you grow viral, but don't count on to that every time you'll have to first wait and wait. We talked about regularity on this platform, all right? That's how you'll keep your audience. You grow with it. You don't just expect it to come out of the blue and be maintained. Grow with it, build it, then manage it. Number 4, if your plan is to impact by December, kindly start in August. You may even not take that long if you really implement these few things that I'm telling you, all right? But I'm trying to show you how, actually, I'm using worst case scenarios, all right? Figures don't lie, and facts don't lie, because they've been tested over time, all right? Next slide, please. The engagement must be relevant, all right? You're not going to be talking about cute kitties, and you put just one kitty in bed. All right? Your post must be relevant. Cute kitties will flow with this. Okay? Conservation will flow with this, not with this. You see those some small mistakes that we make, but they end up disorganizing our audience that we have built with time. Okay? Because if personally I've been following you and your page, then the next time I'm seeing you posting about cute kitties, even if that is what I've been following and interested in as far as your page or platform is concerned, channel is concerned, and of the cute kitties, I find this, I'll start questioning your presence, your focus, and I'll lose interest in you, all right? Kindly focus on relevancy because that is key and crucial to building and maintaining your audience, all right? You'd rather not post a picture. Surely, I'm telling you. People on X know it. If you have a good post to make, you can literally just put the wordings there, all right? If you really don't have the perfect matching visual still photo to put or video, all right? But maintain relevancy. That is key. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yes, this is so crucial. Don't get platform happy. Quality matters. Quality matters. Not just in the food we eat, not just in the drinks we take, not just in the dresses and suits we put on, but quality matters everywhere. Don't get platform happy. There's a saying that we used to say in school that sometimes it is called rural-urban excitement. You pick someone from the village, and taking the village out of them is really, really tough. But with what you guys have captured right now, since morning, you shouldn't get platform happy. What do we mean by platform happy? Don't get more accounts than you can handle. I'm actually a good culprit of that, and I'm correcting that. Previously, I was running a Facebook for a certain church in UK, Facebook for the church, YouTube channel for the church in UK, YouTube for the church here in Uganda, and my personal YouTube channel. Then I had other groups that I was running also there. YouTube channels. Then I also have my Facebook, I have my WhatsApp, I have LinkedIn. If you check, and if I'm to display all my following and my audience of all those channels, they reflect that surely, if it was a marriage, I'm focused and interested in just one lady. The others, once in 5 months, I visit them. And surely, the audience in the other platforms, they are disappointed with me. What have I resolved to doing? I've gone to these churches and I've told them, you know what, guys? Pick some people that will devote their time to your platforms, all right? Because I'm running a lot. Meaning I was platform happy. And I wasn't providing quality because they need update, they need engagement. Remember, that's one of the factors that we mentioned earlier on. They need constant engagement, which time I don't have. All right? One engaged account is better than 4 dead accounts. That's self-explanatory. If you have trouble making images, try X. All right? If you're interested in videos, try YouTube and TikTok. All you need to do is not to type much. Get the camera in front of you, dance a few strokes. Post. Pick your area of passion, all right? Don't just be platform happy like you go here, there, and there. They need to know that I'm on everything. When I give them my flyer, when we do exhibition, sometimes we issue out flyers. I want them to see I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on YouTube, I'm on this. No. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let's go to the next slide. Add links separately. The previous discussant, actually, Rebecca, mentioned that there's some platforms which actually don't prefer you putting your links in your post. All right? They're not that friendly. But the best place where you can put your links, and also not to be so disorganized. All right. Excuse me. Add your links separately. More places where you can put your links are in your profile. All right? I think many of us have seen that in Facebook. Someone puts every detail of theirs, then there are places where you can place the links. All right? If someone is interested in going and checking out your website, they can find the link in your profile. Oh, if you want to throw a certain link over a comment that you have made, over a post, but you want also follow it up with a link, make sure you place it in the comment section. All right? These are a few of the highlights that I'm going to mention and I'm mentioning, but they are so crucial for your building, managing, and maintaining your audience. All right? Let's go to the next slide. Add hashtags wisely. All right? These hashtags, how do they operate? The hashtags create focus on that certain audience that you are targeting. All right? And they also create visibility for you. Someone can be looking for sports, and you have a hashtag of sports there somehow. And they will be captured to focus on your content. And make sure, please, these hashtags are relevant. You cannot do a hashtag of sports and you are posting, let me say music, let me say church. Let them be relevant to the post that you are making on your channel that you have built. All right. Only 3 hashtags are enough. You don't need to put a lot of hashtags. You will look messy. All right. This is so key and so crucial. Let's go to the next slide. Invite interactions. Ask questions. Tag someone. Add polls. Add buttons. Do not take it personal if people don't engage. I know, as I've said, some of you are going to open tonight these channels, all right? Don't feel it bad when people don't interact back. You've posted your question as I've mentioned. You said, now you see, Mr. Malachi told us to post these questions, to tag someone. But even the person I have tagged has not commented. I think I'm not meant for this platform. No. If you've implemented the steps I've told you before, all the way, and you've reached this far and you've posted something and people have not responded, please don't take it personal, all right? This is the baby, when the baby is born, the baby does not run from then. But with time, they gain the strength, they gain the technical know-how, and all these things can come into play. Maybe one advice I can give you, call a few friends on phone, because you know you have an agenda, isn't it? Call them, tell them, you know what, I posted something, and go out and check it out, all right? We have friends who are on these platforms who can help us boost it, all right? But don't take it personal. That I have to remind you. All right, use cliffhangers. I was in a bit of a rush. I forgot, actually. I should have given you one of the cliffhangers. It's more like, let me say, like you can put a cage around you. I don't know how to explain about it, but you can go try and look it out, usually in Facebook. You put some text here. These are just some of the way we can design our appearing posts to look so attractive and appealing, all right? And even the discussions to be inclusive. Create stories. Learn where text gets cut off from. Make people want to click the see more, all right? You know, it's not good for you to put the whole paragraph and very tiny letters, so many and compacted together. You think people will pick interest in that? People want something that is catchy, short, quick, and precise. As the next slide says, make it short. All right? Make your post short. I know in your museum you have a lot to talk about. I know this artifact you've chosen to publish and have a discussion or a conversation about is so nice and has a great narrative, all right? But please, don't put everything up there. People are just going to look at you and say, I think this is not meant for me. And you know how good Gen Z is good at scrolling. And that's the audience we are trying to target. They will just scroll on and look for better appealing places. Large blocks of words won't be read. If you can't keep it short, at least break it up. In X, there is that form where you pick a bit of the catchy phrase, then there are threads that you can put if people really are interested into what you have to say. So people can get inside your channel and then follow it up, all right? But don't make it exhausting. Make it short and precise. All right, next slide. Be ready and set goals. As I told you, you start in August. You set a goal by December. I want this amount of views, subscribers, all right? Because if surely you don't have target or goals set, you will really be more like firing a miss, all right? Show up regularly. Out of sight is out of mind. You can be a very good musician, all right? Let me just give an example of that. Every time you sing, people love you so much. But the day you die, people will still love you. People will cry, all right? But after burying you, they will go. They will still even have some of your pictures, eh? They will think about you. They will make those, car washing things, eh? Fundraising and all that. But that will be momentarily. It will not take long, all right? Time will happen like this, and you'll be history, all right? I'm talking about now in terms of social media. Let us be regular. If you've chosen to say that every morning at 10 a.m., I will be posting something, I will be sending up a video, I will be explaining a certain artifact, all right? Stand true to your word. That's how you're going to grow with your audience. It's how they're going to get used to you. Help them develop that good habit of being anxious. 9:50, they're like, what am I doing? I need to rush. Do I have enough data? All right? That's going to happen only if you are regular. Engage with people. As I mentioned earlier on, a friend of mine who never interacted with me and missed out on a chance to help someone really, all right? You can miss out on a lot. You can miss out on a lot. decide on a posting schedule. That's what I've just talked about. Make sure if you're posting at midday every day, make sure that is your time range. Don't fail your audience, because you see, they have a lot of information online to really work and go through that is actually more interesting. But if you really keep a stable schedule, trust me, there are those that are going to be biased about other things, about other postings, and they will take you in. And whatever you have to say, whatever discussion you raise, they will follow it up. All right? Follow others, but not just follow anybody. Follow those of your area of interest. All right? Don't just follow, let me say I'm in church, and the page is for church, and what can I say? I'm following secular music. It will not catch or sink. If you are in heritage, look for those museums, all right? There are other pages. Rebecca has told us they are holding social media pages. Subscribe to those, because there are a few things that you will have to learn. Point in case, how they have managed to build their presence, all right? There are times they post questions where you need to share your also experience in your area of expertise. Now, you will not share your experience in the area of expertise if you're not following a platform that is engaging with your area of expertise. Okay? So, look for these relevant other platforms of other people to follow. In other words, to pick a leaf and to also show your presence. Through sharing your experience in their comments, you will also grab attention of other people you wouldn't have met that will check out your channel, hence being a subscriber and having new followers, new subscribers. Comment on other people's posts. I think I've just explained that right now. Make new friends, all right? Because we have to increase on our followership. I'm not going to exceed from there. I know people are tired. And I've been driving a marathon, I know that. But I think question and answers, isn't it? All right. Is it possible for the person to ask and I answer there and then? Yeah, let me do that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know whether Malachi wasn't taught instant braking. but okay. Let's have the questions and then we see what to do.
Okay, for the sake of time, let me share with you my mic.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I specifically want to get your own experience of growing audiences. According to your experience, what is the best time frame for someone to capture audiences? Is it like during weekend? Like, what time do you think people are free? That if you post, like almost 80% of social media users are online and active. Thank you.
That's a very wonderful question. Your name is?
My name is Sharon.
Sharon.
Yes.
I wouldn't give you an exact time or moment of building the audience. It actually depends sometimes on your area of focus and expertise that you're trying to build, all right? For example, there are these people who enjoy, let me say, DJing, and they do it on weekends, all right? That person can start, let me say, on Thursday, creating the hit for his project that will happen on weekend. There is no specific time, all right? One, the main focus should be your area of expertise. And then you maintain your schedule. You have to come up with your own schedule, all right? Because you can post, let me tell you, for example, there is a time, if actually you capture your audience and they are interested in what you're doing because you've been consistent, they will not mind about what time you're posting as long as you're consistent. There's a time we watched the World Cup, I think, about which World Cup was that, where people used to wake up at about 2 in the night. Yeah? 2 in the night to watch football. But because of the consistency, people could program themselves and they say, okay, let me rush home a bit early, rest a bit, wake up at midnight, such that I shake off the sleep. By the time it is 2 in the night, I'm ready and set to watch the game. All right? But the soccer fraternity really built their audience. All right? They built it over time, and they were consistent. It would be so sad for me to do all that, reach at 2 a.m. in the night, and they tell me the game has been postponed. Tomorrow I'll say, maybe tomorrow they will still postpone. Let me not waste my sleep and all that. Okay? But because they are consistent and they have grown with their audience, okay? Anytime they set for us, we are sure they will achieve that. They will be regular, they will be consistent, and we also time ourselves based on their time and schedule. So I'm still going to go back to the other point I mentioned in one of my slides, consistency and regularity. If you choose to say that at midday, I will be posting, keep that, keep that, keep that. Of course, there are other circumstances and scenarios like churches now, okay? There's a church that starts at, let me say, 9 up to midday. Now, if your audience, because nowadays COVID changed everything, if you now start at 7 instead of 8, there's an audience you will be missing. If you start late, there's an audience you will be missing. Regularity and consistency is key. Just build that and grow with, because you see, you've built your audience from 0, now grow with it. Simple. Build it, grow with it. Hope I've answered you. All right.
Titus Kakembo, New Vision.
Yes, Mr. Titus.
In Uganda, we have this attitude of Funirao. The fact that data doesn't come cheap.
Funirao.
How are we going to foot the bills
of social media? All right, that's a very good. That's a very good question, sir. I'm going to be brief. I'm going to be now faster about this. I take the questions first. Okay. All right.
Nayengo funirawa.
You said you missed it?
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Titus.
My question is rather to the UBC archive, still within the digital archive. There's a time I went for a very beautiful exhibition in the Uganda Museum where UBC presented the unseen archive of Idi Amin, where I identified 5 people I knew, including my father, with Amin.
Okay.
I was following that very closely.
All right.
Is there anywhere we can find that?
Okay.
Good evening. I wanted to compliment on what Sharon had asked about the timing. You've said every time is okay, and there are times that are good where someone can post. For example, we know that Ugandans usually be on social media like from 7 p.m. to around 10 p.m. Where you know that when I post this thing, it will get a lot of engagement than someone who has posted it, let's say like at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Talk something about that.
All right.
How many of you follow Spire? Does he have a time to post? Aren't we anxious of what is going to post next?
I also wanted to tell him something about that.
Eh?
Earlier on they mentioned about the news at 7. Yet the video will surface at 7 a.m. when for you preparing your bulletin, as usual at 7 p.m. People will have already received this and gone through it, and it has gone viral. When for you, you're waiting for your time. And when your time comes, to them it will be irrelevant. Let me tell you, if you grow with your audience, they will follow you no matter what. You will actually create a habit in them, I'm telling you.
7. Who was following Spire before? Okay. Sorry. But you have come late. Let me first. This guy whose hand was already up.
Yes, thank you, Malachi, for your presentation. My name is David Okui again, and I do digital product development and innovation, specifically in hospitality, tourism, and heritage and culture of recent. So I definitely love how timely and relevant this workshop has come, because as you recall from our previous engagement during lunchtime, I was really shocked and surprised that institutions like URA could actually have a museum. I couldn't fathom in my head how URA could actually have a museum, but when I think Bonnie broke it down for me, I began to understand how that comes about. And then, of course, you also mentioned your department and how it's rolling out a museum of sorts or something like that. So, yes, this calls for us to tell our stories a bit more, and also being more visible online to showcase people what our history is. Because actually, the people are looking for a lot of content, a lot of information that has been hidden away from them for very long. People don't know where to find, for example, let's say old banknotes that were used, let's say in the 60s or 70s or even earlier. Maybe Bank of Uganda. Now you're beginning to open my mind. Maybe Bank of Uganda could actually have a museum section where we can actually access some of those. Now I didn't even know. He's just opening my mind right now. And again, Museum. Yes. So one of the things that we're actually doing is an online platform or marketplace of sorts that connects to tour guides and service providers and everyone in that value chain to tourists and travelers. And I'm beginning to see how museums and heritage sites and cultural institutions can actually partner with us to list their services, their artifacts, their products on our platform, to create profiles, which I think, as Philip was talking about, creating a profile earlier. And after you create a profile, then the next thing is you have to create a package around that people can pay and then come and visit. You have to monetize, isn't it? Your platform, you have to monetize and make these places more sustainable, right? And so I think I'm looking forward to engage more with a lot of people in the room as far as pushing that forward. Now, to my, I think I really have no comment, because you've really, really nailed it when it comes to online content. What I would add to that, because this is really my specialty, is you want to have an independent platform as well. Why is that important? It's because you don't really have control over those social media platforms that you're creating. You don't own YouTube, you don't own X, you don't own Instagram, and so forth. And you've seen instances where people's accounts are just suspended all of a sudden, and they have no way of getting them back. So imagine you've spent so much time, all these years, creating a portfolio, a following, pushing all your content there on X or YouTube or whatever, and then for some strange reason, these guys just suspend your account. It means you've lost your following, you've lost your network, you've lost all the work that you've done all these years, and you have to start from zero, right? So it is very important that while we create these platforms and these accounts on these platforms, the TikToks and the Twitters and Instagrams, you have to make sure that you run your own independent platform. And that usually means a website. And I think you saw Rebecca from the UK. They have a very fantastic website. Sorry? Two websites, in fact, right? Where they actually write blogs and articles and invite people to contribute and all that. That is completely and 100% owned by them, and they have full charge and control over it, compared to having all this content posted on Twitter or whatever, and then one day you just wake up and the account is blocked. So I think that those are my submissions, and thank you very much. So David Okwi is my name, and I'm looking forward to engaging with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Okwi.
Thank you so much, David.
Just a bit about Mr. Okwi's point. Actually, we also mentioned about links, yeah? Where I said don't just post the links everywhere, but in your profile, post there a link, and also in the comment section. Why I talked about the link, it should throw you back to your own website. What he has just mentioned is so key and crucial, because you have to refer people to your website and your work independent. All right.
Thank you so much, Macklin, for the wonderful presentation. I would request you to talk about social media ads and how museums can utilize them. Another question is, would you recommend the best platforms for the museums? Because literally you can't be on every platform. You can't perform at every platform. Then another question is, being a museum manager, I run the social media handles of our museum, but sometimes you feel you are out of content. You don't have anything to tell the public, but you feel you need to talk to the public. What could you advise for such a person? I understand that we need to be creative, but sometimes you feel you have communicated everything. What else do I have to communicate? So kindly advise on that. Thank you.
Mine is also in addition to that one, Emmanuel. You know very well that Facebook in Uganda is that one. Eh? Yes. But you also, in your statistics, it indicated that Facebook is ranking #1. Probably if you did that in Uganda, you might get different results. Now, we're also told that we need to find our publics, our community. And when you looked at the communities that we need to look at, the youths are one of the communities that we need to target. But also, there are some of us who are in the analog kind of situation. So I wanted to find out, you said we don't need to have very many social media, whatever, or platforms, but because we need to target different people, I'm thinking that it is important to use different kind of social media platforms so that we can target those ones. I need to hear a comment on that. Oh, okay.
Thanks a lot. Thompson Amati is my name. All I want to know is that how you help me how to manage persons in social media, because it happened like this. One time I posted a Luzira head, and in the comment section somebody said that artifact looks like exactly your grandfather and so ugly. So, and this person didn't know that it was a month my grandfather died. I thought it was so personal, but managing emotions in social media is so important.
Okay.
You have had.
Thank you so much. Let me answer those. Oh, you have a question.
Okay. My name is Diane Amando. Mine is not a question to you, but I'm just like trying to request if the management can give us access to some of these slides so that maybe we can go through them in our own times for other benefits. Thank you so much.
He has mine. You are free to take.
All right, thank you.
And lastly,
my concern is about the bots. Bots. Most companies tend to open up accounts and get paid. Bots like likes, responses, that is not authentic. How do you deal with that?
Now that it was the last question, I'm going to start with that one. Can
I think
respond?
you can take on those ones. Are there any other remaining?
Let me kick off.
You're coming back a second round, eh? Another wrap.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do this, and then we can. You have remembered something, eh? Okay.
You said numbers don't lie,
Yeah.
but those are fabricated numbers
Yeah.
for companies using bots and all that.
Yes. I'm going to answer.
Remember the other boy who said they are very good at stealing phones, and they wanted numbers, they end up behind the bars.
Yeah.
My question is kind of related to hers, but it comes with verification of, especially some of the contents we get from other groups, and then we share or just forward to our pages. I know some people just go pick contents from, let me say, from another platform, and then they share on theirs. How can one verify that what they're sharing is authentic and will not put them in problems or in any case of issues with other people, the audience?
I think you can respond to those ones. Are there online comments or questions?
Okay.
None so whatsoever. Okay, go ahead.
I start with the last one as I go back up. She's talking about sharing content that is harmful. How do we know that we can know, how do we verify, all right? That is a question that has been there and will still be there as long as internet is active, all right? People come up with new viruses of how to affect you, how to hack your phones. Others are even looking at hacking your accounts online on your phones, all right? You just need to know. For example, there are some things that are literally simple to notice. Someone is promising you 100 million just to like their post and share in 10 groups. Let's not look onto this easy money, all right? We shall lose out on a lot that we have. There are people who have been hacked and their personal content on their phone is shared. And me, when I see someone telling me to share that they also got some money, I always copy and reply to them and tell them, when you get your money, please don't forget me. I work in church. Please bring the tithe. I will pray for you. But me, I'm not going to do what? To share, all right? That is just a caution, all right? You can't verify. Just look at it and know that this is fraud, really. About the bots, recently, one time, actually, I have a boy that was interning in my office. He brought me something like that. So he was every day on the phone liking and liking. So I think every day he had to like about 20 ads. Then he was promised that after 3 weeks they would pay him. So when he was about 2 days to the payday, the thing disappeared. The website wasn't there anymore. But I know you asked in line with the likes and numbers do not lie. And I also refer you to the point that I mentioned up there when I told you these social media shows, these things show the engagement. Now look, you are into likes, but when you also look at the comments, you will see the comments are so low. All right? When you compare the two, do they tally? You see that. And for people who are, I'm now going to answer your question relating to Mr.'s question also that he mentioned earlier on. You know, there are some social media platforms that actually pay you when you have huge viewership. They cash in with good viewership and following, all right? But some of the things they focus on are those. You might have a lot of likes. These fraud kind of games these people have learned about. Previously, yes, by coincidence you would get paid. But they've noticed there are those that do what you've just mentioned, the bots. You like and like and like and like. The likes are in 1 million. Comments are just 2 or 10. All right? There's a big question there. So as I said, numbers do not lie because they are held together, not just the likes alone, but comments inclusive, views inclusive. Then they put together, tally, and then see if you are surely qualified. Hope I've answered you. All right. Yes, which platform? Mr. Emma. I told you don't manage a lot of platforms, but then you need the audiences, isn't it? And they are so different. Let me just rephrase my, no, actually, I'm not going to rephrase. I'm just going to echo it. Because I said, if you can't serve these platforms that you've opened, all right, effectively, you would rather have one rather than having four when they are all not active, when you cannot respond. That you're going to frustrate your audience. You would rather build your YouTube channel. You'd rather build your let me say, WhatsApp community, your TikTok account. Give it your best. But if you have manpower, manpower that is enough, please go ahead and open the other platforms. They are here to be used. All right? They are here to be used. But it will be useless for you to focus there and lose out. A bird in the hand is better than two on the tree. It doesn't mean that if you have the means of getting the two on the tree, you'll be a loser, all right? But if you see that you will lose the one in the hand, fighting for the two on the tree, you'd rather keep the one in the hand. Yeah, the usefulness of social media ads. Someone actually before that asked me to recommend the best platform. Still, I'm going to go back to the same point that I've just mentioned. It's your engagement that matters. And of course, your passion as a person who is managing this media platform, social media platform. Because as I talked earlier on, if you're a bit not so much having strength and passion into videography or photographs, rather choose for X. Okay? But if you're feeling that you're good with camera, you're passionate with the photographs, you'll select relevant issues, relevant photographs that will tally with your post. YouTube is so nice. TikTok is so nice. All right? But me, I always encourage someone to focus in their area of strength. All right? Because you'll give it your best, let me tell you. Some people failed on X, and they later came out on TikTok and made it. I am very sure Ozambe is a total failure on X. But when he came to TikTok, he made it. All right? Social media ads usefulness. Yes. If you build your audience, first and foremost, best example is YouTube. YouTube with good audience, subscribers, and viewers, they pay you. All right? And now for areas like Facebook, you can still talk to them and agree on a fee. And let me say, they start doing an ad on other people's platform about your site, about your business, or even share links with others about your channel, all right? So ads are so useful if you really venture out into them, all right? Still, that is another way of answering your question of Mfunirawa. Those, if you build your platform very well, certainly you'll get paid. You'll get paid. Of course, not all platforms, but most of them. I'm sure of YouTube, I'm sure of TikTok, you'll get paid, all right? Which other question? Good time. Mfunirawa I've answered him twice. I think those are the questions. Any I've skipped or missed? Oh, yes. Yeah, about archives. I'm directly into that office. Actually, the unseen photographs of Amin were as a result of my discovering of those photographs. So they're in my office. We can share number, and you'll access them. Sorry about that we have been digitizing. There are about 80,000 negatives, a lot of them. So we couldn't post the spreadsheet to the public when we haven't really concluded with the digitizing process. By the time we did the unseen photographs of Amin, we had digitized very little of it, but mainly focusing on just that exhibition. But now that we are done, I think probably next week we shall have the spreadsheet posted on the UBC website for everybody to look through. And if you want to access them, certainly I'm the rightful person to get to. I'll move with you throughout the whole process, but there's a provision of acquiring that. All right? Please. Yeah. There was a documentary. If you're still interested in that, anything archival, as I said in my introduction, I'm an archivist at UBC. Since 2013, I've been there up to today. So anything concerning the archives, I'm the rightful person to reach out to. I'll walk with you through the whole process. Trust me. All right. Any other question? Thank you so much for your undivided attention. I'm glad you are following. Have yourself a great evening. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, yes. I felt something was missing. Sorry about that. Yeah, about the comments that are really hurtful. This is how I'm going to answer that question, my brother. And I'm sorry to say, but I'm not going to have kind words. There is no way you can resist the tails of the monkeys touching you if you choose to enter the dance hall where only monkeys are and they're enjoying their dance. Certainly, somehow, their tail will touch you. But as a person of character, sit down, talk to yourself, strengthen yourself, and go back into the dance. Because that is what we find there. I mean, even His Excellency, he's touched by those tails. Has he moved out of the dance? No. I'm just encouraging you to tell you that good and evil people are out there, but you target your audience, grow with it, manage it, and enjoy it. Negativity shouldn't eat you up. Let your focus go above everything.
Okay, we are going to have the last question from the online community.
All right.
But also to encourage my brother. The same way we converse, we argue, we abuse each other, it's the same way we're going to face these things. Maybe someone is just provoking you. And for you, you waste the energy being angry. Take it as a joke. Joke back. Swallow the pain. That guy may become a very beautiful follower. Thank you. Yes, Segawa, Geoffrey.
Yes, thank you. Mine is not a question. I just wanted to submit that as we create these social media accounts, I know we could have a dedicated person dealing with those accounts, but we should deal with it preferably in a professional way. Let's say you've created the social media account for the museum. Some topics, let's say on X, which I love most on X there, can create divisions among the audiences. So it is better, much as you're interested in, let's say, politics, to avoid using the official account to create or to comment or to post or to repost. Imagine such and such a museum has reposted when a politician so and so is saying this. I think that is also something we need to look into and be
Okay. Just I can echo that.
Yeah,
Maybe
thank you so much, Geoffrey. That is a very, very, very important thing. As cultural spaces, we are non-partisan. We are non-religious denominational. And as you're engaging your audience, avoid playing partisan politics. That one, leave it for Titus. You know? For him, he knows how to handle his audiences. But as a cultural institution, we take ourselves to be educational institutions. And you don't want to be caught in that crossfire of bullets. You know? Let's avoid politics. Let's avoid siding mania. You are a Catholic, unless you are in that angle, you know, because we have now faith-based museums. But still, if you're faith-based museum like Namugongo, focus on your matters, you know. Don't come and start telling the Muslims this and this and this. At the end of the day, you're going to call for resistance that is going to be beyond the Gen Z of Kenya. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest component in this angle, I want to re-echo my brother, Emma, no? Yeah, David. Where we are, most museums are struggling in terms of funding. So we felt like, regardless of the funding, we are not going to miss this opportunity of being online. At the moment, I think having a website, the cheapest website can go for about how much? About 500,000. That sounds very small when we put dollars, because it is about 100 and how much? $150. But when we bring it to shillings and look at our small museums, it is a bit on a higher side. But the question is, should we behind because we can't afford 500,000? And when you look at the community in Uganda, the website is there, but you need to start from the social and drive them to the website. Few youths in Uganda are going to wake up and start Manyago of so and so. And yet the social media is taking us on a high speed. These are simple things that we can do, where we can use our phones to take a photo, post it online, curate it, and then get a following. So this has been a very big challenge, because every time we talk about online, digital, we attach a cost. We attach all these things. And we are here today and tomorrow on that purpose, that we need to move out of this place. Tomorrow, Wikimedia is going to help us do mapping. We need to move out of this place. At least we can Google and locate your space. Today we're supposed to have Jim Joel take us through photo documentation. How can you take photos in the simplest way you can? I remember when we were taking photos for BRIMS, I learned so much. Most cases when we are going to take photos, people carry so many lights. So many lights. And the guy asked us, okay, what if you're in Karamoja? You don't have electricity, you don't have where to charge from. Are you not going to take photos? We took photos without any external light, apart from the God-given light. These are things that we want to help one another and see how best we can do it. I know when Titus gets that camera and plays with it, he will do magic. So, we are here in this workshop. Each one of us is going to get a certificate, but the certificate is conditional. The condition is very simple. By the time we leave this place, at least you need to have engaged with your audience 3 times. And it is very simple. As we are here, we are the first audience to each other. True or false? So you tag. They tag. Before you know, your swingo, we are not getting excited, of course, but one post, we are sure it will attract people who are following. So after that, and we witness that this thing is working, then we are going to proudly award the certificates because we are sure that practically people have learned. You know, we are tired of certificate of participations, where you participate and participate and participate without contributing and being part of this thing. So tomorrow is a more practical day. That is why you see today we had to patch you so much that you get so much filled. By the time you come tomorrow, you are sure of what you're going to do. So ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy. We don't take it for granted. We want to really appreciate URA Museum. They are the ones who made a contribution that has enabled us to run this program. Unfortunately, the museum did not come. But we have a representative, Bonnie. Yeah. So without them, we wouldn't be here. With them, we are here. And we want to support one another. We want to start building this urge where we can be able to be online. On the same note, we want to also appreciate UNCC. UNCC offered us this very beautiful ambience at no cost. On the same note, we want to also appreciate UCOMA because it has also mobilized. I think all of you were invited on Zoom through UCOMA. Then we are going to also appreciate BRIMS. BRIMS has been like the vehicle to do every donkey work to ensure that everything takes shape. And also, we want to appreciate Wikimedia under their project of GLAM. They are the vision bearers of this project. So if it wasn't them, maybe the idea of being here to talk digital, we wouldn't be here. So ladies and gentlemen, we are really humbled by your participation. The online community, it has been having 21 people. And up to now, they have only dropped to 15. So thank you so much, guys. It would be nice if we had you here, but please stay where you are because everyone is comfortable. Yeah, so that is it. And also, I pray that every one of us has registered your rightful names.
Yeah, those that have laptops, you can carry them along with you tomorrow. Yeah, you're encouraged.
Carry a smart device, preferably a laptop. Smart device. Camera ya fetaina, Bluetooth. Okay, tomorrow, please carry a laptop. Also, I want to encourage us that because this place is a public space, please be careful with your gadget. Let us not be that very generous to donate in this season. So, unless otherwise, I don't think there is anything. Emma, do you have anything? Yes, proceed. Tolanga Railway Museum.
Thank you so much, Joseph. As I introduced myself earlier, I work with the Cross Culture Foundation of Uganda, and the Cross Culture Foundation of Uganda is going to hold the 6th National Heritage Awards in September here at the National Theatre. So we kindly request you to nominate the people who have contributed significantly to the safeguarding of our heritage. So I have some forms here. If you are free, you can write something onto them. Then I'll let us share them with the Secretariat. Thank you so much. Yes, the online form is there. Kindly visit our social media handles, the Cross Cultural Foundation of Uganda, the Uganda Leiri Museum Ginger, and the website, the Cross Cultural Foundation of Uganda. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so tomorrow we are starting at 9. And please don't miss. We are going to start with photo documentation, a topic that has slept over, and then we shall go on with other sessions. There is a lot to know and a lot to learn. Thank you so much. We bring the session to a close. Unless there is anything else. If there is no, mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Have a good evening. We wish you all the best.
Hello.
So, to those of you that are interested in learning to write articles on Wikipedia, I would recommend you that you can open up your accounts tonight, because there's that IP blocking that doesn't allow so many accounts registered in the same place on the same day or at the same time. So you can open up accounts today, so that tomorrow we just start from there. And yeah.